Back home again in Indiana, and it seems that I can see the gleaming candlelight still shining bright through the sycamores for me. The new mown hay sends all its fragrance from the fields I used to roam. When I dream about the moonlight on the Wabash, then I long for my Indiana home. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in Creator Series history here on iRacing to the most famous piece of real estate in the United States of America, 16th Street and Georgetown Road. It is the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and your Creator Series 500 starts with us, with Creator Series and with iRacing. Jake Sperry and John Isamusing Harris taking you through the full 500, all 200 laps to take yourself into play. And John, there is something different in the air every time Indianapolis is brought up, be it a league, be it the official iRacing Indy 500. There is something so special about coming here and battling on the yard of bricks, to kiss the bricks, to have your pint of milk, and to say, I have won at Indy.
Yeah, for sure. It's both virtually and in real life one of the Triple Crown, and everybody wants that, don't they? It will be a case of driving as flat out as you dare, and I think the drivers will dare a mighty lot tonight, or today, wherever you are in the world. But in some cases, they might get it wrong. It's going to be a spectacular race, 33 of the best drivers we can muster in the Creator Series, and there's a lot of talent out there. And we're going to have to wait and see how it goes, but you can join us for the next 3 hours to find all of that out.
Absolutely, and it is critical to note 33 here today have made their opportunity to jump in to race to prove what they have about themselves. And in terms of where we are, this is what we call a Creator Series special event. So if we take a look at the calendar and understand these special events that we've had over the course of the season, I would say that we've looked around and seen the likes of Sebring, for example, then the Battle of the Licenses, and now here, John, the final big Creator Series event of this inaugural season. And it's one which has been dubbed in the Creator Series through all of what has been known as a crown jewel. And we are looking at this being part of the big setup of the Creator Series for the future of a crown jewel marquee race.
Yeah, it's kind of like in real life, isn't it? They prepare the IndyCar season, but everyone, and I mean everyone, wants to be part of the big ones, and this is certainly a big one. Drivers, I think, have been preparing for this one, especially in terms of practice. I've seen a lot of times on the board, a lot of discussions about what the best strategy might be. A little bit of recriminations between drivers as well, so we might see a little bit of drama on track today, as I know there's certain drivers set to deny opportunities, as we do have an unsafety car on track as well, heading in an interesting direction there.
Oh my, yeah, that'll be Scotty Designs, by the way, who will be piloting not an unsafety car, John, but an unsafety Renault Clio.
Oh yes, yeah, you know, the almighty performance of the French joining the Indy racetrack. I mean, so much horsepower there. The drivers, if there is an unsafety car, they will be hurtling down the track at speeds close to green flag racing. So it'll be a spectacular to watch. And I think maybe the drivers might be a little bit relieved that they aren't driving Renault Clios around here, because look at the speed of these machines. All spec cars, but the driving is anything but spec around here. You have to have something special to push the limits against the walls, push the limits down to the apron, and it is going to be such a hard-fought race, that's for sure.
It is one of the most intensive races you've got out there. It will be at least 2.5 hours, at least 5 pit stops will be required over the course of racing action, with the fuel that will be burnt around this track, and at speed going well over 225 miles an hour on these straights. It is going to be one of the most ferocious races that you'll have, and it's one where you look at as we are heading over towards 10 minutes worth of qualifying with 4 laps available. It's closed qualifying here today rather than the open qualifying we've seen at previous rounds. It is going to be one of the most hard-fought sim races that all of these creators have had the chance to race for.
For sure. It's I think, one of those things where everybody wants to join the legendary list. I mean, how many drivers recently have driven around this track in real life and indeed virtually on the iRacing channels to such success and such reverence? There's a special kind of sensation to win this race, and this practice session even demonstrates it with the ducking and weaving and indeed the crashing into the pit lane. Hopefully we see none of that, that's for sure. That was a big one, but as we get into practice, people will want to join the likes of AJ Foyt, Al Unser, Rick Mears, and indeed Helio Castroneves in terms of success. Whether they can do so or not, we're about to find out.
Well, they will now put themselves into position where qualifying has just got itself underway, and those who want to go out and set the first lap times now get the chance to. Punju will lead everybody out then, all out of pits, and get themselves set up. Now, normally when you get to Indianapolis qualifying, it's a case of your best 4 times are put together. You only get 4 laps, and it's the cumulative average speed which gives you your qualifying time. But here in the Creator Series, it's quite simple. You still get those 4 laps, but it's just first past the post, fastest time wins.
Indeed, and that means that takes an incredibly special lap, because you don't have that sort of consistency that you need to put a lap on pole here, around here, or 4 laps on pole, and so you're just going to have to push the limits. But then again, if you crash, you don't have that time to get back out on track, so it's going to be really interesting to see, as I think Punju getting out there just to set some early laps while there's no traffic, or indeed, sorry, correction, everybody's driving in their own session, so there won't be traffic, but they will want to get the nerves gone, and indeed, people will be able to see the times on the leaderboard, so it will be putting pressure on other drivers.
It absolutely will, and just looking at the weather right now, it is a cool 80 degrees Fahrenheit at the moment in terms of the air temperature, so there isn't really that much panic out there. Track temperature 95 degrees Fahrenheit at the moment, as Kamikaze sets the fastest time, as he has done on so many occasions before, pipped by Basic Ollie then in the 37, absolutely flying about with that first attempt there, a 39.653, and you'll see some of the drivers with CE next to their names. That will give you an indication that they come from the communities out there, and we've got a handful of them. The best way to understand them, John, is very much like the rookie system when you get to the Indianapolis.
Yes, indeed. They are respected drivers. They've been vetted by some of our creators as reliable drivers. We've yet to see. They might even take out their own creators during the race, so we'll have to wait and see how long that lasts. But we've got some talent up there, and you can see in 3rd place, Alexander is already showing that you don't need to be a full-time Creator Series driver to put in a good lap. And you can see the difficulty now of qualifying. You have to get as close to the wall as possible, but if you just touch it, you'll get damage, and that is basically your qualifying session over, at least for that lap. You have to get back out up to speed again. It can really cripple your chances at a pole lap time. Getting as close as you can to that curb on the inside, but it can unsettle the car. We saw that a lot of times from Fernando Alonso when he was racing in 2017, that he just got a little bit too aggressive there and had to back out of it. So it's a very technical lap, even though it's an oval circuit. A lot of people don't realize it requires 110% driving.
It absolutely does. You've got to be flying around at a level that so many are going to be struggling with when it comes to the race, because in qualifying trim, you're on your own out there. You very much just finding the time, finding the pace, finding a rhythm that suits you the best. But when it comes to the race, and when you get to the racing action, it becomes even tougher, because you've got so much turbulence and dirty air. It drives completely differently.
And indeed, one of the things that some drivers may contend with or struggle to contend with is actually the steering being slightly off axis to allow you to turn in a little bit better into the corners. So you'll notice with Aerotech here, as soon as he goes out onto the straight, he did tag the wall, and I think that did bend the steering indeed. That's his lap over. But I was going to demonstrate the steering isn't completely straight, as you can see on the wheel right there, and that just allows you to get a bit more bite into the corner. So finely tuned and set up these cars are, and so you need a specific driving style to get it right. On board with Mr. James early and getting so close to the wall to perfection. Look at the times, 1,000th of a second off of a front row start at the moment.
Well, with a tied time almost, with Nick Packin, who is there in 5th position, you start to see those times. And there comes the zero shot that we were waiting for. Brendan Hyperstar timing the conditions right with a bit of cloud cover, a 39.578, and moves almost a full 10th of a second clear of everybody else. Sparks moving up to 4th.
Definitely, you can see those clouds and the change in lighting just from the camera's perspective here, and that will change the tire temperatures. Paradoxically, you want a low track temperature to get the best out of the tire, so anytime there's cloud, you are gaining. What can Brendan Hyperstar... Was that an improvement? I don't think it was, and he's going to call it quits there, at least for that run. He will have a chance to get another one, but that is very confident. And with a gap of 700ths of a second, it might not sound like a lot, but around this track, that is a huge distance.
It is a lot, but I think these conditions are slightly hot, and I think that's making a huge difference in terms of not seeing them go aggressive to the second lap, to the third lap as we go on with Hoodie Pete for the moment now, working through turn number 2 and off the exit onto the backstretch. Ryan L83 moving up to third. Micah Mixer currently now up into second position on a 39.606, and we're seeing with 4 minutes to go in qualifying that some of the main players of the game, some of the main protagonists, are starting to make themselves known. Where will Hoodie Pete go in terms of times? Looking for a good attempt and crossing a 39.794. Now that's only good enough for 29th place to start. That puts him between Killer Cleo behind and Grand Pooh Bear in front. So for Hoodie Pete, it's going to be a lot of work to try and clamber that back. Half a tenth, though, is a dozen places.
Crucially, though, faster than the unsafety Clio. So that is always something that you can say you are faster than someone around the Indy 500 circuit. But yeah, definitely was. There we go. The unsafety Clio on track out there, just doing some hot laps, nearly tagging the wall. Irreparable damage if they go into the wall right there. And exactly, we've got the demonstration right there. I think that's an improvement on the looks of that car. Anyway, moving on to Ryan L83. He's really rating his chance around here. He said earlier in the week, I think I can win this one. And so he's out there trying to demonstrate it, trying to get that lap in. He's got it down to basically 500ths of a second, but can he get any more? You can see that cloud's just settling in now. This might be a good chance.
Well, I'm looking at his lap times here that he did in lap 1, lap 2, and lap 3 when it came to qualifying. 39.648, then a 39.704, then a 39.738. The time has been bleeding over the course of this run, really concentrating out of 4 and charging over towards the line. A small glance over, it's a 39.753 and won't be good enough. So the first lap looked like it was only going to be the best for what they could do lap time wise, which would have been interesting for those who have decided, okay, this is what I can do, and go out. I do need to note there is one car that hasn't gone out and set a single time as we watch Lamp in the number 66 Dallara IR18 out there, and the car that hasn't set a time is Tiamat Marduk, who might be trying to go from last to first.
I mean, I've seen this before from Tiamat Marduk, where he goes out and sets a lap very late in the session. I can only presume that it's just sorting out some wheel settings or something like that. Because I know he's very finite in his settings and trying to get everything perfect before a race. So perhaps maybe sacrificing qualifying in order to get up the order in the race and feel comfortable in the race. But as you can see, the time's not tumbling as we expected. We've got car 66 here on a lap right now. It's setting basically the exact same pace as his current lap in P15. So it's quite unfortunate at the moment that it's not dipping down. Perhaps the track just heating up a little bit. And as you can see, it's full sunshine at the moment. So not ideal, but can it be an improvement? Let's see across the line. Will it be checking our times as you cross the layer of bricks there? Still, that is
consistent.
Close. Consistent, but close to a position improvement. Not quite, though.
So first lap was a 39.726. That was a 39.727,
Indeed.
though, for reference. So that tells you all you need to know about what you need out of those laps. Just a thousandth of a second difference. So Lamp unable to move the 4,000th of a second needed to jump on up. Tiamat Marduk is out there late, and so too is Fabio. Infratic is out there and hoping to go through. That's not going to be enough of improvement. Stays on a 39.8. So at the 11th hour, I think Tiamat Marduk has left this one too late, because this should be a hard count. Crossing the line and looking to get qualifying sorted. Will run through turn number 1. The checkered flag will now come out and his lap will not count. So Ben has left it too late, and so the field is now set here for the Creator Series 500 in play. And it will be Brendan Hyperstar who will have the pole position, with Micah Mixer alongside on the front row with Ryan L83. Basic Ollie, along with Kamikaze, who is on course to take the championship overall, and Sparks, his main contender in that championship, in 4th, 5th, and 6th, with Alexander Toftum Scarrett in 7th, James Early in 8th, and Nick Packin there in 9th position. It is Daniel Gore who will round out your top 10 in terms of the field, with B-Roy who will go to 11th, and Kaguya Designs who will be in 12th place. John, they get 5 minutes now to sort themselves out on the warm-up. They have been allotted a maximum race time of 3 hours and 40 minutes to conduct their 200 laps in. And as we know, when it comes to racing at Indianapolis, it's one of those places where if you can establish rhythm, you can go for a very long time. If you get into caution after caution after caution, you get stuck in a quagmire.
Indeed, it's so crucial in terms of your racecraft to break the toe behind, but that can be so difficult, because essentially you're pushing flat out all the time, and it's only through the dirty air that you can keep cars at bay. So it will be really interesting to see the strategies that are played out, and hopefully we don't see cars off like that in turn 1, as that wasn't Punju on this roof, but I think one of the midfielders on their roof there, definitely not Elson Draining, that's for sure. But it's one of those things where keeping it clean at the start can really gain you some time and indeed track positions, because it's all about the long game in the race. It's all about the strategy, and you can be the fastest car, and so many times have we seen the leader drop out at the last couple of laps just through a miscalculated fuel, for example, having to lift and coast a little bit. Interesting statistic as well that I wanted to point out is that Fabio has a Ferrari livery on the car, and the last time we saw a Ferrari at the Indy 500, at least as far as my research went, was 1952, would you believe, with Alberto Ascari. So that is definitely something that Fabio might be going for here, and trying to redeem Ferrari at the Indy 500.
Yeah, it's been very nice to you, John. You said back when you were just a wee lad.
Yeah, back in my RAF days, Gareth, no worries. I still remember those times fondly, eh?
Oh, this is a wonderful bit of banter that we can have. We are going to get the chance, though, to chat with one of our qualifying drivers. Ryan L83 is here with us right now. And Ryan, as far as qualifying goes, you put yourself 3rd position. I think that's a job well done for you.
Thank you, Mr. Sperry. Appreciate that. I'm actually disappointed, if I'm honest with you, because I was getting within the range of Brendan's time, really. Just made a mistake in turn 2 on the first lap. Just didn't get as low as possible that you need to do around here for quali, and messed a bit with the ARBs as well. Took a bit of a gamble, didn't work out, but P3 is respectable. I'm happy with it. It is a 200 lap race. Indy is unpredictable, as I think you well know from many times you've broadcasted this event, so it's going to be, I think, probably the most unpredictable one, this one, but we'll see how we go tonight. It's going to be very interesting.
What's your race start strategy then? You're going to go all out for the lead, or are you going to just settle in and see what happens?
Can't really say, John. I don't want to leak it out, so but no, if it's going to be like previous Indies, it's going to be everyone's, well, I would assume people will basically just not attack, try and save some fuel and go for it. But with Creator Series, you don't know. People may go try to get to the front of the field as quick as possible, but it's going to come down to strategy, if I'm going to be honest with you, John. But we shall see.
Well, we will wish you the best of luck. Ryan L83 then has a wonderful position near the front, and we'll show you exactly where as we run ourselves through your starting grid for racing action here from Speedway, Indiana. Brendan Hyperstar will be on the front with Micah Mixer alongside for company. Your second row in terms of our graphics will have Ryan L83 and Basic Ollie in fourth position. Kamikaze and Sparks, the two who have been A and A1 positions of Creator Series, they are fifth and sixth, with Alexander Toftum-Scarrett, who is part of Kamikaze's community, going from seventh position. James Early will be running then from position number 8. Over then to 9th and 10th, where Nick Pakin finds himself with Daniel Gore. And in 11th and 12th, it will be B-Roy, who will be looking to make a charge for an American winner here at the Brickyard, with Kaguya Designs in 12th position. They call him TK, and the 999 car is hoping that he doesn't have to call an ambulance in 13th place. It's lucky for some. Matt 212 is going to be alongside in 14th, with Lamp in 15th position, along with Joey Latresciano, another one of our creators who is representing from Aidan Pole's community today in 16th. Joshimus will go from 17th, with Jorrit von Heffen there in 18th position overall. Hayden Gullis will be in 19th place, with Aerotech in 20th position, looking to make a charge. We're in the second half of the field where you got Punju and Aidan Pole together, then 21st and 22nd. In 23rd, it's Alex Gillen along with El Tacoman in 24th. You've then got Els Indriani in 25th position. Micah Dern will be going from 26th, a little bit mired back in the pack, part of part of Killer Cleo's community, with Jack Fletcher going from Punju's community there in 27th, and Grand Pooh Bear will be there in 28th. Your top 30 is rounded out by Hoodie Pete and Killer Cleo, and then your final three looking to put themselves into play: Ancephalosis and Infratic ahead of Ancephalosis, and then Tiamat Marduk at the back with the unsafety Cleo, who's going to have a little bit of a tough time, it has to be said, John, of keeping up with the rest of the pace.
Oh, I don't know, in a straight line, I think that thing has some power in it, that's for sure, especially if you swap it out for a V8 engine or something. Maybe that's what they've done, you never know. But yeah, I think, to be honest, steering clear of the start might be the best possible strategy for our unsafety Clio today. But, I mean, it's one of those races where you have to get on it right from lap 1, but where it's so easy to make a mistake. The tires aren't in their optimal temperature, and the nerves are there. This is a long race, 500 miles of racing. That's over 800 kilometers for those over the pond. And yeah, that means you have to keep your head on your shoulders, as they say.
Well, who can manage to do what they need to? And there's a little bit of gamesmanship already, because I think TK has pushed Hayden Gullis with end-of-line penalty right off the start. So that will mean that Hayden will get his wish of going from the back of the field as they set themselves up behind iRacing sedan pace car, which will be running through turn 3 and heading over towards turn number 4. The lights are off of it, which means we will be going to racing immediately. Strap yourselves in, because the next 3.5 hours of sim racing is going to be all about fun, fury, and pure memery of consequence. We're going to get ourselves set and racing, because as the pace car dives itself off then to the left-hand side and exits the pits, the pace behind Brendan Hyperstar, the great American race, the great Creator Sim race, starts now. Powerful start by Kamikaze, up to third immediately, and looking to challenge Ryan L83 on the inside as we get that massive run of pace as they go through. Ryan L83 to the front of the field, and Kamikaze now challenging Brendan Hyperstar. Big hit in the back. That will surely throw the first safety car out there, the first caution that will need to be thrown. A massive, massive accident there in the middle of the pack. Wow, a lot there, John, that has caught itself out there on the opening laps. TK has been involved in it. It was a massive, massive shunt, which I believe started with him.
Yeah, my apologies for that. Microphone was muted. I was saying it was TK and Jorts that got into a collision, and that's not good. Flying wheels colliding and then spinning off into the wall. That is not what he wants to do, but rejoins, and that means they collect other cars as well, so we'll hopefully get a list. But you can see Micah there, Alexander, TK, Hoodie Pete, all involved in that one. Punjo and El Taco Man also collected. So I think you'll be able to see just the overspeed, and they collect the wheels, and then one car goes flipping over the other. Thankfully, we didn't get a barrel roll from that, but you can see all of the collecting that happens afterwards, and that is the problem being down at the bottom of the pack, is that everybody just collides into one another. You don't have a chance to put on the brakes.
No, you don't. We take another look then from aerial perspective, the opening lap. Everybody's looking. It's just a case of one car went up wide, and then everybody seeing the carnage in front starts to understeer up, and that turbulence effect really does make itself known. They're not out of the race because they've had an incident on lap one. That would be too cruel for us at Creator Series. They've got 6 fast repairs available to them over the course of the race.
Yeah, and they're going to have to use them sparingly as, straight into the barriers. That Ryan L83 to on board with, I think it is, and that's just chaotic. I mean, that car is toast, is it? Isn't it?
No, so Ryan L83, you remember, was at the front of the field. That would have been one of the cars a little bit further back. So I'm looking around. Micah Dern was in the wall. Hoodie Pete had troubles. And we got one car just leaving the pits now after the damage. And I think it was encephalosis.
Certainly looks like that. Just a bit of problems on the overlay there, but yeah, I was thinking back in the pack, and it just looked as if the front end just washed out with the aerodynamics, just the dirty air sent them wide. So there's not much you can do. You can't exactly hit the brakes though. You'll just understeer, so you're kind of a passenger at that point, and that's why you have to calculate it so minutiously. You have to be 100% sure that you're going to make the corner. But then again, we've got the first caution. It means that drivers that haven't got it right have been able to get their eye in a little bit, and they'll be able to get their laps back, rejoin, and go again. But it does mean for everybody involved in that, they've got one less fast repair to play with.
And it will mean that they can start here, John, in the very early stages of racing, playing the fuel save game out there here today, and it will be one that will be counted a lot when we get into the final 35 laps of this race. But a normal green flag fuel tank we expect will go and last itself around 28 to 30 laps is what we typically go to expect. Drivers then thinking about fading a dummy down into the pits. Sparks then was the one who was having a little look to try and go down in, but they'll get a chance to save fuel, so this first stint will be extended. And I know that Brendan Hyperstar, for example, John, has a massive spreadsheet matrix which indicates this is how I'm going to do these starts, and this is how I'm going to be looking to try and sort out what my strategy is, depending on what lap it is. Killer Cleo with the fastest lap of the race.
You love to see it, don't you? There's a lot of spreadsheets going on, I'm sure, in the background, just with encephalosis, bring that time down by 0.5 of a second. That is incredible. But at the end of the day, you can have all of the information available, like what the fuel rate will be in slipstream, without slipstream, running at the front of the pack, or just lift and coasting. At some point the racing does just mess up a little bit of those calculations. You won't be able to get an exact guarantee of when you'll need to pit. And the thing is really
Hold on.
that...
Hang on, Killer Cleo's been given an extra wave around and now is clear by 21 seconds.
Not ideal. It's happened again. But, well, that's ideal from Killer Cleo's perspective, to be fair. I didn't notice that one at the top of the leaderboard. But just talking about the historical thing of the fuel saving. Indeed, in the first sort of Indy 500 race, well, I don't think it was 500 back then, but Ray Harun won the race by keeping to a consistent 75 mile per hour on the course to save on tyres and fuel, and ended up winning that first, I'd say, traditional Indy race that we have now. So it's been like that from the start, through the middle, and I think we're back under racing now.
Yeah, and Cleo here is going to be at the front by an entire lap out there at this point. So that is going to be a huge difference maker here, as everyone will have to try and chase, and we're back underway. So that expedited the process here as they get themselves back to running once again, and now it becomes a case of how they manage through turn 2 and now onto the back stretch. Kamikaze then in line with Ryan L83. Brendan Hyperstar is there in the mix as well, and as they run through a lot of 2 wide there in the middle, the likes of Nick Pakin on the outside, Lamp as well has made good progress.
Daniel getting in the wall there in the background, car in 10th place at the moment, and that was so close to a big crash. Kamikaze getting in the wall as well, so we've got an overtake for the lead as well.
Oh, one in the wall at the front. B-Roy going around and is going to be flying about and is catching Fabio out there in there. That's going to have to be a caution because we've got cars upside down and all around then as they work on through a huge moment then on lap 6. B-Roy there, and the caution does come out. Joshy Muz has been caught up. Micah Mixer as well.
I think we also had Aiden Pole in the wall as well, losing a bit of downforce or aerodynamics in any case, so they might have to come in for repairs after that one. Let's get a replay and see what happened here. So a big cluster of cars in the midfield on board with Infratic with that Ferrari livery car, and out up front B-Roy just clouting the wall. Oh no way, the car just bouncing, and that is a huge one at turn 1.
Thank goodness for the catch fence there. Otherwise, the virtual fans here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway would have had to have been catching debris as they went through. We'll take a little look here. This is what happens. Give yourself a lot of room, they say, around this place to avoid incident. And so you see the smoke signs in front. Oh my goodness me. That is a massive accident for Joshy Muz.
Yeah, that's one that he's not going to forget for a while. We're still crashing, by the way, as the replay ends. That was a, well, shocking incident. You just have nowhere to go. You know, if you turn to the outer side, you're going straight in the wall. If you turn to the inside, maybe you can get it turned in, but you just don't have the grip, and straight into the car of B-Roy there, and still just going end over end right there, a bit like a WRC crash, to be honest. And we're still rolling, we're still going. I can't believe I've counted at least 9 rolls there, end over end, and ends up on their roof. Hopefully everybody okay with the force feedback on their wheels. Hopefully nobody's got it set too high, but they'll be able to get back out there after some lengthy repairs. But as you were saying, that's a good evidence as to why safety is important at oval tracks with that catch fence.
So here's the thing I think's gone wrong here with the unsafety car out there. So we've got an unsafety Clio. I think Gareth has mistaken the unsafety kit Clio for Killer Clio up there in front, and that's why we've got the issues we've got.
Yes, a very good sight there. I'm sure Gareth will confirm that. He doesn't appear to be confirming it in my ear, however, so I'll leave that one up to the audience.
Well, we're hearing skill issue out there for Gareth, who's been double duty here today with us for the Creator Series. So I suppose we give him a tiny break for that. But at least for the moment, it is 2 quick cautions that have come out. We've had a combined lap and a half's worth of racing under green flag conditions. And so with 2 quick cautions that have come into play, 2 massive incidents that have happened at turn 1 and at turn 4, start thinking about, well, how do you preserve yourself as you go through? How do you make decisions? We've got Joey Latresciano coming in and making a pit stop. So that, I would say, is the first real call to go off strategy.
Yeah, I think at this stage you have to plan for more safety or like cautions, and you have to plan for more maybe small incidents just hampering the field. So I think at this point you take a bit of fuel on board to give yourself that flexibility, because later on the race you want to have that one pit stop where you just do a splash and dash, stop for maybe 10 laps of fuel toward the end, and then you can go flat out right to the end of the race distance. But everybody will have, as you said earlier, their spreadsheet out. They will be looking at, right, okay, it's lap 9 right now. Do I pit? Don't I pit? And they'll just go based on the information they have. They won't even second guess it.
There is the wonderful car out there of the safety Clio, which is in play, followed by Killer Clio and then Ryan L83. who will be right behind Killer Cleo, who is protesting on the radio right now here, John, that what am I doing? I'm not supposed to be up here. I've done an Aiden pole from Road Atlanta.
What you have to do in that situation is be very, very quiet and just say nothing and hope nobody notices. Unfortunately, we've all noticed it. But also, we had a collision briefly between the two safety cars there. So that's something that I don't think we've ever seen out on track in any racing series. So world of firsts right here in Creator Series.
Yeah, and so we very much will have to love what this is going on. So this is going to be about keeping yourself steady, keeping yourself in position and saying, right, towards the end of racing, you've got a lot that can come into play. But 2 cautions already here around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We're going to keep a track on how many we're going to have to get to, and these drivers are going to have to try and find a little bit of form and keep themselves out of trouble early. If we do get a lot of cautions like this though, John, there is a really big worry that even with 6 fast repairs, drivers could burn through all of them.
Indeed, and it can just be a little bit of damage as well. You're forced to take that fast repair just to keep yourself in contention. But yeah, it becomes a case of you have to keep yourself out of danger, and that means just trusting other drivers to take the right lines. But I think everybody wants to go for glory on this one, and until they run out of fast repairs, perhaps we might see some ambitious moves, but you never know really. Maybe the drivers have learnt, and I've just seen there the lights are off on the safety car, so they will be peeling into the pits as the Clio decides to make a beeline for the pit lane right now.
Well, you can say it's making a beeline for the pit lane. I think that's just how fast Scotty Designs goes, as he now looks to try
He's flat out in fifth gear.
Through. There's the fast wave around by Joshimers, who is 2 laps down at the moment, which has gone through, and we got a 2-wide restart, which we don't often get here at Indianapolis. So normally you get a single file restart, so it's slightly different here with the rules that we've got in play for this. So now as they go, Killer Cleo will have control of the field, and nobody can go until Cleo goes, and Cleo waits a very long time for it, and the green flag drops. Ryan L83 can only overtake around the right and got a big old jump along with Kamikaze, and front wing goes immediately on Nick Pakin off of the restart into the back of Killer Cleo.
We had B-Roy crashing just on the safety car green light, or green flag racing as well. I think I just saw him go into the pit lane briefly, so that's unfortunate for them. I did see a blue car hit the wall. I didn't catch the number in time, but indeed Kamikaze goes for the lead and indeed takes the lead for the moment. So can he build a gap? That is the question, as we've got multiple cars side by side. Got Brendan Hyperstar and James Early fighting out for that 3rd place at the moment. Killer Cleo just deciding to get out of the line, although going, that's Ryan L83, sorry, going for a lead. My apologies, mispronounced misheard the car number, sorry.
Yep, so Ryan L83 now to the front. They're trying to work here together, these two.
Oh, big crash.
Margin, that's a huge one. There they go
Cleo
through, and surely that's got to be safety car number 3, because that's caught a lot of the field out. B-Roy's backwards, Punju's in it, Aerotech's been caught up, Micah Mixer again. Another huge accident on the back stretch then through turn 2, and your 3rd safety car gets called out quickly, so keep it marked down. It looked like Killer Cleo was caught up in all of it, and in fact I think it was Killer Cleo who was up high. It was a lunge down the inside by guess who, the culprit of the incident, Alex Gillen.
Just going for the inside, and just tags the front wing with the wheel, and then collects everybody in the vicinity. They're still collecting people there just as they pass, and again there's no way out of that one, and unfortunate.
Going through turn 2, El Taco Man almost clears the catch fence here, so you can see has the hit, bang bang bang, look at that, almost cleared the catch fence.
Yeah, that is a seriously big crash, and I think everybody was just trying to stay clean, and it's also that paradox in racing. You want to avoid a crash, and you do things differently than you would do normally, and then because you do that, you find yourself in an unfamiliar position, and you get involved in the crash anyway. It happens so many times, and as you can see, the cars are taking another fast repair because they really do need it this time. Let's see from El Tacoman's perspective. Yeah, just nowhere to go. Straight over it, and indeed that catch fence saving the day, as they say.
Oh, still getting massive amounts of air going across and finding himself then parked on the asphalt then and finding that very, very tough. Almost there, jumping over to what is Brickyard Crossing, which is the golf course that we have here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. 4 holes, basically the turn, so holes 7 through 10 are in the infield here at Indianapolis, and then it goes back over the road and then gets the final few holes all sorted. And it did house PGA Tour status in the 1960s with golfers such as Arnold Palmer and Gary Player winning tournaments here at Speedway Indiana.
I'll be honest with you, my knowledge of golfing is basically -1 at this stage of my life. Maybe I'll get the chance to learn a few more of the facts, but it's truly fascinating what events get up to in terms of the purpose of racetracks. Of course, we got that road course as well on the Indy 500 layouts here, and that's quite popular as well in IndyCar, and it's been used multiple times. So it's lovely to see tracks have different layouts and different purposes. Of course, a lot of people will remember the F1 layout as well, a slightly different road course with quite a few what I call hairpin turns in there. So yeah, all kinds of different racing, although I'm hoping that nobody ends up in the golf course during this the course of this race.
Well, I hope so as well, that there won't be drivers ending themselves up with so much trouble. So let's get a bit of a lay of the land with where everyone is. It's Kamikaze in control with Ryan L83 in second and Brendan Hyperstar, who will be third. Basic Ollie is fourth with James Early fifth and Sparks in sixth. Some big gainers, Lamp up to seventh, Aidan Pole from 22nd is eighth, and Jack Fletcher and Elzin Driani from 27th and 25th are 10th and 11th. Apparently pit lane's closed.
Pit lane is closed by force right now. That is the situation we are in. The unsafety car, or unsafety Clio, has decided that any more damage will be punished by a side swipe or indeed broadside of a Clio.
Well, if you can't enter the pits, nobody can pit. So it's very much a case of that going through. I am getting word that this will be a single file restart that will come back into play, mainly because of all of the issues that we've been having over the first 3 starts. It is going to be dragged back to a single file restart as per traditions, as we have seen out there. So we're not going to get too much movement, but you've got to keep your eyes out on some very, very attentive drivers. And all of the issues have been happening, John, very quickly in the midfield.
Just one of those things where you see drivers taking a flat-out line, especially, say, the top 5 taking a flat-out line through turn 1, and you get convinced yourself that you can do that, and then you find out that actually in the midfield there's such an amount of dirty air, disturbed air from the wake of the cars in front, from all of that aero downforce and from the diffusers at the back of the car. You can see those 2 notches between the wheels there. That is the diffuser, and that will pull up air. What that means, when the air goes over your front wing, you don't get as much downforce, so you turn in, not much happens, and you're not on the line you expect to. And if there's a car next to you, or indeed a wall, it ends up badly. So starting single file, that should resolve at least the side-by-side issue. Whether they can all get through turn 1 or indeed the full course of 4 turns for one time, we have yet to see, but we will find out soon. It's a different kind of racing that a lot of people are used to, especially those in midfield.
And now, as they get themselves set, Kamikaze with the longest hold, and we'll have a little bit of a blast by El Tacoman, who's trying to clear and get back onto the leading lap, and just does so at the 11th hour into turn number 1, back underway and racing again. Top 5 have got themselves clear. It was a very slow launch away from Aidan Poe, who's got to really fight with Daniel Gore and Jack Fletcher, for example. Lamp as well in the mix.
Indeed, and they'll all want to get past to try and keep that slipstream. They've got to try and work together at this point. Lamp just trying to go around the outside, but it's not happening right now at all. Aiden Paul defending that one quite well, and you just got to try and go for it. Good news, we do have a clean restart, although we have a car going slowly to pit roads there.
Oh,
contact at the back. They nearly made it 4 corners, and that I think is Hayden Gullis maybe involved. No, indeed.
Yeah, no, that's at the back, so I think we're going to continue on with it because it's not really caught anybody out there. So that's going to be a case of Hayden Gullis will have a lot of work to do after a hit like that, but it's getting busy towards the front. They're trading at the front, and you're starting to see here the Serpentine forming itself. Now in the lead, Ryan L83, Kamikaze second, the favourite, Brendan Hyperstar in third place and trying to work through, and it's about how much confidence do you have with the drivers you're working around.
Yeah, you've got to trust them, and you've got to go for overtakes. Contact in the back as well. I think that might have been Infratic, perhaps, in the wall. No, it can't have been Infratic. It was a yellow car just behind Infratic. But unfortunately, we didn't get the name of that car. But I think they got away with it, sort of. Ah, yes, it was. Just in that vicinity, unfortunately. I think fighting with B-Roy back there, and that just means that they've been taken out of the action. Keith Jack there, you can see in the background.
Oh, Nick's upside down. There's been secondary contact. Nick Pakin is upside down in the infield as we stay green and running. We'll take a look at all of this as it goes through. So Nick will be a mile away as this comes into play. Looking down the inside of Aerotech by the looks of it for position. And I think we're going to be a lap too early on this one. And there's the tap. And that was what happened to Nick, going upside down and going for a roller coaster ride.
So unfortunate, just a little tap, and as soon as you get sideways, you get that motion forward still, brings him back into the other driver, and that's the end of that. It's open wheel racing at the end of the day. You've got to be respectful of that, and you've got to treat the cars like an unmovable object that you cannot make contact with. And yeah, definitely at the front, Ryan L83 and Kamikaze, they've got the gist of it. They're using the slipstream to their advantage. You're just swapping positions at the moment, although Kamikaze, I think, saving some fuel at this point. And you can see there the little lift off, and Ryan goes for a high line, just going to the inside. You can see that understeer that just kicks in, because we've still got a car on the apron there.
Still Jorrit van Heffen, desperate for a caution.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to pan out for him. Still green flag.
You can't dangle yourself out there and save one with the Creator Series as they go through. Change for the lead. Kamikaze back through. 3 wide it was. A little bit further back around Lamp and Joey Latresciano, who I think's made a really good decision out there. Slow on the outside is Daniel Gore, who looks like he might have damage out there. So that's certainly going to hurt. Missing the front right of the nose.
Not ideal. You need all the downforce that you can. Oh, Kamikaze nearly sideswiping Ryan, just timing it to perfection. But there was a little tag of the wall. You saw the dust there just shoot up beside the tyre, and that will be just close to the limit. A huge battle in midfield. Infratic going around the outside of everybody there. That was a huge overtake right there to get himself nearly fighting for a top 10. But all of those positions essentially fighting over 13th place at the moment.
Yep, so you got Infratic and Kagia designs together, Hayden Gullis, Aerotech, Hoodie Pete, and then Daniel Gore, who's got all of the damage here, and it's going to be a very sketchy moment off the exit. Punju got caught up, and Tiamat Marduk's there. In comes Daniel Gore then to the pits, and will have to take service early on lap 22 to try and make it happen. I'd say that's still in the window as Lamp sets a fastest lap of the race of a 40.9 out there. It's just going to be off schedule, and so those first pit stops with those 3 safety cars that have come out, the 3 cautions, I think could be extended as far as lap 37 to maybe even lap 40 if they want to. A nice bit of coordination from a leading 7 out there at the front, and Latresciano, remember, who came into the pits and is off sequence with everybody else, trying to join that group at the front.
Brendan Hyperstar being a little bit slow in the straight line here. Not sure what's going on. Maybe just saving a little bit of fuel. But as we can see, Jorrit was in the pits there just repairing. So they have gotten away from the apron there. Maybe the Clio towing him back to pits. You never know. But fastest lap by Mika there. And it's just an interesting one. I think they may be saving fuel is Brendan Hyperstar at the moment, as we see Aiden Pohl getting just overtaken there. It's so tricky to push when you want to just maintain track position. But at this stage in the race, you kind of got to work with people and go, if I don't have the pace to stick there, I'm just going to leave the position. They'll get back to me eventually. I'm on a different strategy or a different pace at the moment. They could end up in an incident, and it's my job to avoid it.
I was just taking a look at the likes of Sparks that goes by James Early. It's a case of dog eat dog at the moment in the pack of the front stretch. Everyone's happy to sit back and not go 100% at it, but when they do, they allow more into the train because they'll bring Matt 212, Aiden Cole, and Kratik, Kagi inside. The entire train will stay within a second and try and pull themselves back in. So it's a case of who's wanting to extend the boat out and who's thinking with those 3 safety car periods, those 3 cautions, that this could be a race where you can maybe shave a stop off by going long on this first go. Lap 24 has scored itself complete, and the changes then are being noted and recognised around a 4-corner circuit where all 4 corners on paper look exactly identical but have 4 very different characteristics.
Yeah, they've all got their specific bumps and variations in the track a little bit, and you have to learn every millimetre to perfection as Lamp tries to go up the inside of James Early. He's going to have to back out of it as James on the outside, but it'll still be too wide. And now the problem for Lamp is he's got no slipstream. He is punching a hole in the air.
Oh, it's a big one.
Well.
Jack Fletcher, huge. One car goes up and over, and that's going to be a massive hit. Caution comes out. Kaguya Design is in the catch fence.
That was so unfortunate. I think it was Lamp trying to move across, but then again Jack Fletcher was just trying to go up the middle there as well, and they just got caught out going for the same bit of tarmac, trying to get the slipstream. That's so unfortunate. Let's see if we can see. Oh, the car nearly at the wrong board, nearly in the wall there. Kaguya will have a good view of it, and yeah, literally just tagging wheels and around it going, just Beyblades there, and oh no, collected as well. Can you believe it? The drivers cannot get a break right now into turn 1.
No, they can't, because you think you're clear of it and you give yourself a lot of room, but the moment that you think you have, there will be a car that's damaged that goes up the circuit. You've just got to be so switched on and effectively dial it back the moment that it goes through, and that's where the issue is starting to run into, that these accidents are starting to compound and go even further on into these corners. So that is caution number 4 of the day around lap 27. Now, I won't be surprised if everybody dives into the pits. Here's a look from Matt 212's perspective.
Let's see if we can see anything else. Was it a tag? Oh, it was Jack Fletcher moving across, pushing Lamp to the apron and or to the pit wall, I should say, and just nowhere. I mean, their wheels are damaged. There's nowhere they can go, and they're still collecting cars. We didn't see this earlier, but yeah, Hoodie Peak getting collected indeed, and at least 3 cars getting away with it so closely.
Yeah, so that has certainly shaken things up a little bit for a number of the drivers around, and so that will bring things back and into a period of reflection. But an aggressive start to the race, one that we maybe were expecting, drivers trying to find a rhythm and struggling to manage that, but that's the risk that you get. Jack Fletcher was trying to push at 3 wide, and it made it very difficult. Now here comes the question, are you coming in this time? And the answer is everybody in. So now it's a battle of pit crews, with the exception of Tiamat Marduk.
Good news, everyone. It's Clio time. We get probably a full lap of the Clio on board. But yeah, everybody into the pits. You can see the cars that have had earlier run-ins just get to the front of the field. They've probably taken a full tank of fuel, so they'll be banking on another caution happening. They'll be also banking on the fact that clear track hopefully means that you can just keep position and not get involved in crashes, as Tiamat Marduk, through just sheer awesome driving, has made his way up to P1 and overtaking all of the cars effortlessly on another row, quite literally on the track.
Now, Kamikaze's had a poor stop there and has dropped a couple places. He locked up the tyres and had to get up on the jacks. So it was a case where the crew had to adjust for Kamikaze. It's cost him a couple places. He'll come out in 14th position, all things said and told. And we'll have a lot of work now with Sparks, Basic Ollie and Brendan Hyperstar, who had a very good pit stop to go then into 2nd position. So those who have stayed out are those who have used a fast repair. So that will be Joshy Muz, Daniel Gore, El Taco Man, Hoodie Pete, Killer Cleo, Alex Gillen, TK, Punju, and then Tiamat Marduk, who will have control of the field. So safe to say we've got converging or different strategies out there. If you're one of those people who try and keep an eye out on who's pit where and who's got what, this is probably the moment of divergence where you go, I don't quite know where everyone is.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be maybe a strategy of people looking at everybody else's live streams and going, well, hey, they've got X amount of fuel. Dodging the 2 safety cars, literally just flying through like a parade right there from some air forces. We love to see that on an American race day, that's for sure. But yeah, quite risky to do that because the Clio does have a hitbox, unlike the official safety car.
It does, and Scotty Designs, I think, with the understanding, I know he's got the ability to hear us here in the commentary booth, I think, recognised he didn't quite have the pace to go out there and win this one, John, so decided I'm going to be in the unsafety Clio and have my time in the sunshine.
He's warming up the tyres. I think we're getting ready for a race start from the unsafety Clio, and you can see there the weaving there, just making sure that front-wheel drive, which is very optimal for an oval, can make the best performance out of today. And I think with the aerodynamic package they have on that Clio, they're definitely in with a shot for winning this one. Just look at that, streamlined almost as much as the IndyCar.
Beautiful livery there for Kaguya Designs, who gets waved around onto the leading lap. The key there with Kaguya Designs is that for all of those drivers who have come part of the Creator Series and have been jumped in from the community, they're all running a Kaguya Designs livery out there for today. So Micah Dern, Joey Latresciano, Alexander Tofton-Scarrett, who's out, Jack Fletcher, Kaguya Designs, and Micah Mixer are all running that style of livery. So that is going to give them a lot of, I would say, ability to look around and say that's how good it is. But we are now seeing here a couple issues then for TK out there, which is causing a little bit of drama and concern, but looks like TK's okay for the moment. But there is going to be a case of what you do on the restarts, because you've got Tiamat Marduk, Punju, and Alex Gillen within your top 5, Hoodie Pete in 6th.
Well, I think for the case of TK, it's just having a cloaking device. Hopefully, if the other cars can't see you, they won't try and turn into you. So very bold strategy. We'll have to see whether it works out or not. But definitely having Alex Gillen up there. We know he loves to go for dives and for position changes. And hopefully his car doesn't disassemble like IKEA furniture does sometimes when I build it.
There is such a thing as a black and orange connection flag, and for TK, that would be the reason why you'd use it. We'll see whether that's in play for racing action here today. But for Tiamat Marduk, it's a case then of just trying to get this done on the daily. We'll be back to racing action then on lap 31 here out of 200. And so for that, after 4 safety car periods or 4 cautions inside the opening 30 laps of racing, it's going to be cause for concern for many after the first round of pit stops that has just brought itself to play. Tiamat Marduk now will be looking to try and get a good launch with Punju and trying to work with TK there in third. The likes of Alex Gillen, Killer Cleo, Hoodie Pete, they've all got to work. Hoodie Pete's trying to get a big launch on forward here on this restart, try and get a jump, and I think he's been very clever about trying to time this, but Tiamat Marduk waits at the latest available opportunity. Lap 31 at 200, we're back to green flag running.
Here we are. Hopefully everybody gets away cleanly. A bit of a challenge as Punju doing on Tiamat Marduk, TK and Alex Gillen. I think they've just had a little bit of a tag there, perhaps. A lot of tyre scrubbing there. You could see the smoke. But in the midfield, you've got Daniel and Del Tacoman going side by side as well. Oh, in the barrier. I'm not exactly sure who that is, but that's caused a big collision in the midfield as well. Killer Cleo having a bit of an incident there, but I think they've managed to mostly get away with it. And we're carrying on. It looks like no caution thrown for that one, as we got a car in the wall as well. I think that might be... Is that basically in the wall? No, it was Killer Cleo in the wall, actually. I think just carrying a little bit of damage, unfortunately. So a lot of people just getting just a little bit angsty at the restart.
Yeah, you got drivers on old tyres, you got drivers on new tyres, and they're all trying to make pushes. And at the front, it's going to be TK looking to try and take a lap lead at this moment, with Alex Gillen now up into third position with his long-time rival Tiamat Marduk just in front. Gillen tries to thread the gap and push it here to 3 wide as they run on the back stretch. And watch out for those who's got pace, because El Taco Man is now in 5th, and Ryan L83, remember, who's the leader of those who came in on that cycle, is already up into 7th position. He's watching on with the likes of Brendan Hyperstar, for example. Elzindriani with troubles then is going to be down in the pits, but here come the moves. TK looking to go back to the front, and Punju trying to think about third, but's not going to find it.
TK was not lifting and coasting there, flat right into turn 1. Had massive overspeed, and that's created a car length of maybe 2 or 3 lengths between him and Alex Gillen. Get it back on the next straight though, because Tiamat Marduk is also slipstreaming, and they'll just want to get past. They'll want to get into the lead. They want to stay out of trouble. Tiamat Marduk to the inside there, going for 2nd place. Can he get it done cleanly? It looks like a forced TK up to the barrier, but they've got it done. And TK now on the dirty line on the outside a little bit. It looks like they're still in P3 though, still fighting. Who will Alex Gillen give slipstream to? It will be TK. So Alex playing the long strategy here.
Yep. It's a long old game that they've got to do, and the dance of destiny will happen again and again. Almost 3 wide here, moving into turn 2 as Tiamat Marduk 6th back into line in 5th. Daniel Gore now up to 4th. Punju now into 3rd position, and the trade-off again between Gillen and TK means TK takes the place then going into turn number 3. But this is going to be very tough for all of these drivers. They now start to figure out, where do I want to be? Where do I need to be in terms of placement? Because if you spend some time running in the middle of the pack, you're looking to try and save fuel. You're not looking to be out there uberly aggressive. And I think that's the key these drivers are looking at. How aggressive do they want to be for how far in the race they are?
For sure, you want to keep it clean at this point. You know, you want to start thinking about fuel strategy. Once they've done 2 or 3 laps, they'll have a clear vision of the grip. They'll have a clear insight onto how aggressive they can be. Yeah, Punju to the inside there, just going as aggressively as possible. So deciding they want the 1st place there. And that was unexpected, really. I expected them to lift and coast a little bit, but they are obviously deciding after all of the incidents they want to be right at the front. And Alex Gillen going for the re-overtake. So they're all deciding they want that 1st place, but only one of them can have it. And this might be the lack of conservative driving. Paradoxically, in the midfield, you might actually be able to save a little bit more fuel right now.
Yeah, Grand Pooh Bear now with the fastest overall lap of the race, but it's now a case of Alex Gillen and Punju, who had the power move last time into turn 3. TK and Daniel Gore find themselves in position as well, looking to say, what can I do? Daniel Gore moves down low through the short chute of 3 into turn 4 and will get the clearance then that moves up to 3rd. So now we're starting to see a game of trades out there at the front. More conventional is the style that they go. Big up top goes Daniel Gore. The tap with TK then.
Oh, and in the barrier.
To be important, and look at that.
Yeah, he just got tapped a little bit into turn 1, and then he's found the barrier as well, so hopefully not a lot of damage. I was just about to say about Daniel that the pace was good. He was the only person in the 40.7s earlier on, and that has been all put to pay there as they're now down in 6th place. Doesn't sound too bad, but there might be some latent damage on the car. We'll have to wait and see. It's holding fast for the moment. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a replay. This is Mick coming out of the pits, I think, after a repair. Let's see what happens. And, into the barrier in front of him. So it wasn't Mick at all.
Yep, so that was one hit, and that could have been massive for Map 212, who will now drop back. And we've only got now 23 cars on the leading lap as we take a little search on board with El Taco Man making the push down to the inside, looking to run up for 4th position through turn 3. But if you go down low, you don't get as much of the banking around here at Indianapolis, and there's just enough to work with. A little bit of argy-bargy off the exit. Tiamat Marduk takes a hit in the side and will lose not 1 but 2, and big pinches. Look at them trading tyres on lap 39 into turn number 1. I think Tiamat Marduk and Daniel Gore are going to have a little something to say. Here comes Ryan just thinking.
Oh, and at the front as well, Alex Gillen decided to go for a dummy move on Punju, and that forced TK to go for a dummy move as well at the same time, really. They were both trying the same strategy, and that's lost them ground as Alex goes for that race lead once again. Tiamat Marduk getting a little bit, I think, just overtaken in terms of pace and confidence at the moment. He's not willing to push that throttle to that last 1%, and El Tacoman right around the outside. A brilliant move, it must be said. And Daniel, I think, tagging the wall just again there, so he's being very, very aggressive right now, but it's working out for the moment as Punju retakes the lead once again.
Speaking of needing to stay in range, Aiden Pohl is the driver who's on the wrong side of it at the moment at 9/10 of a second. It's 12 clear at the front, and unlucky 13 is Aiden Pohl. He's going to have to do work on his own with B-Roy and Aerotech not quite doing what they want. TK trying to chase himself down in. He's close there. Oh, you've got to be careful about doing that when you're going through the race. You don't want to drop beneath that white apron line too much, and especially you don't want to tag the curb too much, because that curb will spit you out, and that's how quickly an incident can come into play.
See, just a momentary lift, literally maybe a couple of hundredths of a second had to lift off from full throttle, and that put them maybe 10 car lengths back. Oh, in the wall, El Tacoman. Hopefully no lasting damage from that. That was a really bad hit there on the outside, but it looks like they've got away with it scot-free. These Indy cars are quite sturdy, it seems, on that rear end, which they keep tagging the wall with. Thankfully, there's a little bit of bodywork to absorb a little bit of the impact, which is good, but the front two seem to have more confidence at the moment than the rest of the field, as they're just back and forth, to and fro, and now the gap 0.4 of a second, still within slipstream. But as you said, if you get to that 0.6 of a second, you're losing that ultimate straight line speed, and then it becomes a problem.
Well, it's all right for now, but what happens when Punju and Alex Gillen and TK all need to come in and make a stop here, John?
Chaos, that's what happens, because they'll be diving into the pits in green conditions, which means they have to get the braking right, and as we saw in practice, sometimes that is not the case, so they've got to be really, really careful as to not get a penalty or worse, spin out into the pit lane. I'm not sure. Oh, look at the background. Tiamat Marduk just trying to defend, but at these speeds, you've got to make your intentions very clear if you don't want someone to run into the back of you.
Yeah, check up as well for Basic Ollie by the looks of it. That will bring Sparks almost alongside to try and make something happen. And you're always thinking about the ways you gain this speed. And a lot of the time, you see drivers in 5th gear, they flick into 6th gear and then back into 5th gear. That derate that goes through, that is something that we'll see, for example, in the new regulations of Formula 1 cars. Brendan Hyperstar currently in P7, just managing the situation.
Yeah, the 6th gear really an overtaking gears for when you're in slipstream. You've got that extra little bit of speed that you can play with, but 5th gear in the corners, just to keep the revs high. The revs being high means the car's a little bit more predictable. The engine's working flat out, but it means that the differential and the grip of the car is altogether quite stable. If you start dipping the revs, you can get these power surges, which rotates the tyres a little bit, and then you spin out sometimes.
Ooh,
as we had an overtake there, Daniel
again.
Oh no,
right
just on the inside.
The
Yeah, we were just catching him. We could see, and it just looks like he's hit the wall once again on the outside of turn 1, and then he's ended up on the apron. A good job on getting it out of the way of everybody. That could have been a big incident, but yeah, it's just not going well for him today.
Yeah, no, it's twice now. We've seen it from Yorit, and we'll be hoping that 3 times does not make a lady, so to speak. So at this point, it's been very tough for him over the course of this race, and we'll see how those recoveries come into play. Another little search. They trade for the race lead. Alex Gillen back ahead then of Punju, making that change. Brendan Hyperstar had a think against Tiamat Marduk, but it was just that, a thought on how to try and get that place and how to make that happen here as far as it goes. And so now it becomes a sit down and focus as Punju looks to try and get into rhythm there, and side by side as Daniel Gore and El Tacoman battle it out through 3 as well.
Point out Brendan Hyperstar and Ryan L83 up to P7 and P8. Meanwhile, Kamikaze P16. So they've been able to carve through the field as we have pit stops there. And I think Tim Marduk went into the back of somebody in the pits as he was going, into the back of El Takaman. It looks like they got away with it. Just some fast dodging there. But Alex Gillen in the pits. Don't think they got any penalties. I'm not seeing anything pop up.
That's a fuel stop.
They did it well.
That's what we were saying. Green flag stop. Missed botch by El Takaman. That will hurt for a couple seconds more.
Yeah, not ideal, and that means that Team Marduk is going to get past in the background. I was going to say, there's two ways to get into the highlight reel. It's one, winning the race, or two, going for the biggest crash. So some drivers, including myself, can only go for the latter. So they're doing a good job of it for the moment, but we'll see who can indeed get themselves in the running for the win of this race, as now Punju and TK have the opportunity to draft away a little bit from the chasing pack. You can see there the gap 5/10 of a second, so that is within range of being a little bit of a disaster for everybody behind.
And just remember that a pit stop length is roughly about a lap, so Tiamat Marduk and Alex Gillen will come out right in front of where they are by almost a whole lap, and here comes a big move by Daniel Gore down low, looking to try and get by TK. This will try and be a pass for second place, and it will be, because caught up in the grooves there is TK now looking to make his pit stop, so he'll depart out of this group. And you've got to be careful about running too high around here at Indianapolis, because once you get caught up in the marbles, or the berms sometimes as it's known, you find yourself up on the top and losing all that grip. Just ask JR Hildebrand what happened on lap 200.
Oh, I don't want to remember that. Oh, that was so painful to watch. Indeed, just clouting the wall with a few hundreds meters to go. You can't believe it when that happens. But I want to point out also for the leaders here, for Punju, he's catching the two that have pitted now as a wall. That was a bit of overspeed there from Basic Ollie. My days. The car just darting out of the way from him right there. Just the confidence that is shown right there as Punju in the pits now. So Punju was approaching the Alex Gillen, and I think it's Team Marduk out in front there, and because they just refueled, they weren't able to take it flat through the corner, so the closing rate was so much faster, and that's something you have to take into account with the strategy, is getting stuck behind a slower car that's just pitted, for example.
Yeah, there's TK just coming out of the pits, and Tiamat Marduk and Alex Gillen find their way around together, so they manage that. Daniel Gore now leads this race with Brendan Hyperstar in second, and Ryan L83 now in P number 3. So they've got work to do. You've got Basic Ollie currently in fourth at about 7/10 back. Sparks then at half a second, 3/10 to Lamp, and Aidan Pole trying to work through out there. You've got Infratic down in the pits at the moment, down in 21st position, so we are very much in a case of, can you find yourself steady, as 1/4 of this race will be put down in the books, and it's taken them 48 minutes to get there.
Yeah, indeed, and Daniel Gore going for an overtake, but that is on lapped car of TK at the moment. They've completed an extra pit stop, so have more fuel on board. TK shouldn't fight this too hard, to be fair. Oh, he's closing in, though. He will, yeah, he will. They're a lap down, so they're allowed to do it. But, you know, you've got more fuel on board. He wants to play it clever a little bit, or maybe cause a caution. You never know. That is in the strategy.
Remember, you don't have to go and do the wave around if you're still on the leading lap. That will be the reason why TK doesn't want to see going through on him Daniel Gore. Remember, they are still racing around. Yeah, they're on alternative strategies, but because they're together, you're looking at this is still a race for the lead, even though they are one lap down together. Brendan Hyperstar just ever mercurial in this position, not willing to risk the car, not willing to push it at the moment, but you feel like he's driving at 9/10 and everyone else has got a feeling of 10/10, we've got to go push it. So I think this is some very clever driving out there at the moment from one of the drivers in one of the most lineaged and storied teams in sim racing for IndyCar style racing, Team I5G.
Such a big history behind them, that no doubt contributing to the spreadsheets, that's for sure. But yeah, I think you've got a great point there, actually holding up the drivers that are a lap in front of you because they haven't pitted is a great strategy, just costing them time. They can't use their pace if they have a little bit more than you. And yeah, for Brendan, he's kind of kept it like off the radar as far as I could say. You know, just putting in the laps, just making sure to save the fuel. You'll notice a little bit of a lift, although he might be going for an overtake here. He is going for an overtake. The classic commentator's curse right there on what the driver's about to do. So overtake. Brendan Hyperstar technically takes the lead of the race of the cars that have indeed not pitted after the caution came out last time. But he's still got to find a way past these front three that are still fighting together, but also fighting to keep everyone else behind. So this is now a strategic race. Does he decide to push? What does he decide to do? Or does he want to just hold the pace there? Because he's still got the slipstream. Maybe that's just the strategy. He looks to be attacking, though.
Yeah, the gaps certainly are forming with the likes of Hoodie Pete at 4 seconds, B-Roy and Aiden Pole there at 3.5 off the race lead right now. Hayden Gullis on an island on his own down at 10 seconds off the race lead in 11th place. So you are getting a good look at what's making this different.
Oh.
Now, that's Kamikaze all the way at the back of the field. A massive, massive smash up for what is the championship leader. No points today as it's a special event, but that's the sort of thing you try and avoid.
Yeah, it's outside of his comfort zone, but the qualifying was so good from Kamikaze. I just think that the driving at 110% every lap can catch you out so fast, and just on the dirty line, on the outside, on the marbles, and that's how quickly it can catch you out. And you'll notice everybody's sticking to the inside just because they don't want to have any problems whatsoever. I think, was that team at Marduk briefly making contact with the wall there? Might have been Alex Gillen, but one of those two cars just brushed the wall there, so they're just playing with fire at the moment as Brendan Hyperstar looks to get past him at Marduk right now.
No,
nope,
not going to have any of that. Gives him a lot of weight to try and work with there, and the dirty air that throws it down. If you hold the middle of the road and turn on in, you can really try and give a little bit of a hold. That is Kamikaze as well in front of them, who has joined this train of cars which are trying to stay on the lead lap or are 1 lap down, trying to not go 2 laps down out there. So if you're clever, you just sit behind them and you can save a little bit more fuel. I think that's where the game is starting to be played. You look at Ryan L83, he'll be happy to sit there. Basic Ollie would quite like to run up back to that group if he can, get to El Taco Man, get to Ryan L83 and try and work it forward. Remember, they've got the fresh tyres to work with, which can keep them out in front in these, I would say, relatively hot conditions. Daniel Gore now comes in, lap 56 of 200.
It's an interesting one, maybe short-fueled, but yeah, or maybe just deciding he needs to get out of this pack. It's a bit dangerous at the moment, so a little bit of a different strategy, playing with the racing gods, as they say, to try and get a little bit of an advantage. What's really surprising me is the front three here just continuously, as you can see right now, perfect demonstration, thank you ever so much to the 3 drivers, of the fighting that is happening at the front, and it's not just helping them at all. It's getting in everybody's way. They're not saving any fuel, and they are getting so close, as you just saw, to making major contact.
Tiamat Marduk and Alex Gillen getting close together on circuit. No, don't tell me they'll have another moment together. That will shock them, to say the least. But out of the pits, they'll have Hoodie Pete and Daniel Gore all there together, trying to hold themselves on that stage. And meanwhile, out of all of that, about 4 seconds down the road is Punju, who I think has escaped everyone.
He has pulled a blinder here as far as I can see, so, well, you know, he's got himself out in clean air, that's a good thing, but with nobody slipstream, maybe it's a bad situation, not quite sure.
Well, with Ancephalosis, surely.
Yeah, indeed. Does Ancephalosis have the pace at the moment? No disrespect to Ancephalosis, but he's not a full, you know, IndyCar driver, will push the limits, really, and you need to be pumping in those lap times, or at least get the slipstream. And I think if they can work together, maybe Ancephalosis can learn the lines from Punju, and then they can start working together. That might be a good way of doing it. But we've got people in the pits now with Hayden Gullis, Scotty Designs. Is that Scotty Designs in the pits as well?
That's Kaguya Designs.
Oh, sorry. Yes, indeed it is. Sorry. So used to seeing Scotty Designs. And Matt 212 in pits as well.
Yep, so those also scheduled for green flag stops as they will look to take their fuel. And as they go about over the course of these stints and get closer to the end of the racing. They are going to have to rely on those in-car tools, John, that will give them an advantage as they go, as they battle off the exit of the pits. They can go, of course, to the anti-roll bars and try and soften them up to give themselves a bit more turn. And, of course, what's in the right rear of these Indy cars, the weight jacker.
Yeah, it's various bits of technology that, you know, a lot of other series you can't adjust the cars, but just a tiny click of the anti-roll bar, for example, can just change the complete balance of the car. We heard Ryan L83 talking about it after qualifying, and it can just make or break your race, really. If you're not getting enough grip on the front or the rear, or you just need to change the balance because the car's getting a little bit loose with the tires overheating, perhaps, then you can just change that. And of course, with the weight on the rear, exact same principle. You can just make the car do what you want. Of course, that was a big side-by-side through there. They got away with it. But I think that might have been... Is that Hayden Gullis in the background, or is that Aerotech? Not quite sure.
That was El Zindriani, actually, who was there getting a little bit close to the likes of Aiden Pole, who's trying to desperately stay with B-Roy within a second and hold that stage. But Sparks is going to jump in now and make a stop. So along with Aerotech, who's down in there and just leaving pit lane, we are firmly in a pit window now. More, I would say, scheduled for those drivers trying to get back on cycle of trying to do 30 and 30 and 30 and then have a 20 lap run to go through. There are different fuel modes you can go to keep yourself in play and stay. And every time I watch Brendan Hyperstar try and deal with Tiamat Marduk just has none of it through turn 3 and goes, no, I'm not going to let you through, I'm not going to let you through. So I think Brendan here is having to roll off of it, lift off of it, and in fact, he's going to have to hit pit lane. So Brendan's decided, I'm getting held up too much. Lap 62, I'm in. Lamp has a huge lockup trying to get into pit lane, and I think has just about avoided picking up a speeding penalty.
Not seeing any penalty here, so he got away with it. It must have been so close. Problem is, those tyres are flat spotted and they will cause you a little bit of performance degradation, that's for sure. But yeah, as we see, the strategies will be diverse. Drivers will try and get a little bit of a one-upsmanship on everyone else. For Brendan Hyperstar, that's kind of a difficult one, because yes, you get yourself out of traffic, but you effectively give a lap's worth of strategy to all the other drivers you were fighting with in terms of flexibility. So he'll want clean air, he wants to put in laps. That's exactly what he's getting at the moment.
Huge incident for Aiden Pole, who is now going slow. I think he's taken the tank out a bit too far. Caution has come out right on the pit window.
Oh, lucky for Aiden Pole there, just making it to the pits. Let's see if there was anything involved. No, it is literally just running out of fuel. The tank is empty. There's not much you can do about that. And yes, we have drivers taking the road course layouts. That's the last chicane of the road course, if I'm right. Yes, it is. Not ideal for James Early. I think just getting caught out by the white lines. But thankfully under caution, so not too bad.
So everyone who was stuck out there, Ryan L83, Basic Ollie, for example, they're going to be in a world of hurt, because they're going to have to take a stop under yellow, and it will completely cede them their track position. You've got Ryan L83 in right now trying to save it. Some would say it's a debris caution. I would say that's a caution for Aiden Pole being slow on the racing line, a mechanical caution which could have caused a lot of troubles for other drivers out there.
I'd say that the Clio's engine was getting a bit too cold, so we had to bring it back out on track for obvious reasons, to make sure that the engine's up to temperature and going. In fact, the Clio's not even going round at the moment, so I take that back.
No, well, that's the thing. The engine's so cold, it's spluttering, trying to get itself going and into range. So you're starting to turn around and say, well, what is that Renault Clio going to do? I've never seen it stationary for so long in this race right now. As now everyone's going to find themselves in position. Pace will be behind Basic Ollie at the moment, who slows down and gives himself the room, and everybody else now will have to fall into line behind Ollie at this moment in time to say, this is where I am and this is what I can do. So we'll take another look, just running out of fuel, and that was disastrous to say the least for those who were there. But back with you at this moment in time with Basic Ollie, who will have to come in as he is due a pit stop at the moment, which will be for the second time in this race. Will pull over to the left-hand side, gets rudely overtaken by Grand Pooh Bear coming into the pits, and will then swiftly be followed in by Els Indriani and Micah Dern, who are all there and putting themselves into position. So now it will bring Brendan Hyperstar back to the front of your field after pit stops. Daniel Gore will be second, and Lamp is up to third.
Joey Latriciano going around, although he's done 25 laps on this stint, so that's an interesting one. But yeah, the race just being turned on its head at the moment. Lamp has got a really good position out of this, as you said, but Brendan Hyperstar to the lead, so that pit stop didn't end up hampering him whatsoever, as we've got cars doing the wave rounds there, and hopefully not getting tangled up in everything, as we've got flying in formation as again with the safety cars. You do love to see that. But yeah, a lot of drivers just taking the opportunity, I think, to take tyres as well, just to make sure that they are good on that front. The tyres take a lot of punishment around here with such high speeds and such difficult banking conditions as well. So it'll be an interesting strategy, strategic shuffle, let's call it, where the spreadsheets will have to be tweaked once again.
Yeah. And for those who have just made their stops, there will be no tweaking needed, because they are very much in the realm of, okay, we've made our decisions, but as we reach a third of this race, that is 5 safety cars, 5 cautions that have been added on in terms of the books. We've got what is 2 drivers out there who have retired the car from the race, which will be Infratic and Alexander Tofton-Scarrett. So we're down to 31 runners then as they go through. But I'm interested here at how jumbled up this is. B-Roy's been caught on the right side, Hoodie Pete's been caught on the right side, Basic Ollie's fallen back down to 9th position. And so I look around, Hunju thought he had everything sorted, but by the time that caution came out, he's only 10th.
Yeah, bit of difficult timing there, just getting caught between 2 strategies, and that's what happens. You end up in the midfield. He'll be hoping to get himself out of that, as he's got Tia McMurdoch just ahead of him, who's proven so difficult to overtake in this race so far. So not the ideal thing, really, with Aidan Pole and Basic Ollie behind as well. That's going to be a difficult restart position. Just want to say, with 5 cautions being thrown out, the record around here is actually 14 cautions in 1988 and 1997, would you believe? So there's a possibility that we might reach that number. We're on course at the moment. We're a little bit over course, let's put it that way.
Well, we're currently scheduled for 15 cautions, and you know what happens near the end of a race, John? Everyone gets a little bit antsy, and the cautions start flowing. If they get these, I would say these middle laps, they've done the handing out of the cards, so to speak. We're now in towards the meat and potatoes of the race, the moments where you say, right, there's not much to do here except put the hard yards in. This is where you want to just try and run as much green flag running as you possibly can.
Hard yards on the Brickyard, hey? That sounds like a good rhyme if you ask me. But it's going to be the case, as you say, of just trying to get the laps in, trying to keep it clean, trying to keep on that lead lap. Nice one from Brendan Hyperstar. We believed it. I believed it for a split of seconds there. And that's the kind of gamesmanship that we love to see in the Creator Series. As I don't think anybody will fall for that.
No, I don't think the plan was to make anybody fall for it, but the key there is if you do it too close, you catch the attenuator as you look to go into pit lane. So that creates a lot of drama. There's Ryan L83, still up there, of course. Started 3rd, is 4th. Still very much a threat when it comes to this race. And I'd look around and you see different characters jump up and jump down. It's often that you see in the early stage of the race, the cars that put themselves near the front, drivers like, say, in the real world, Ed Carpenter find themselves up there. But later on in the race, we see that with the shuffles and the changes, they struggle to make progress through. I don't think so much for Ryan L83 here.
I think El Zindriani has been given one too many go-arounds because they're now leading the race.
Oh, again?
Which is
Confused
a little
it for
bit.
Cleo.
I think they might have not looked, but look, hey, that's one way to gain the race lead. That's for sure. They're doing a glory lap. They'll park it on the side, I think, once they realise what's going on. But yeah, that's one way to get yourself on the cameras. They've had a good race so far. I think they've just really gotten unfortunate with some of the incidents. They got the pace, that's for sure.
So we're going to extend this out for another lap then, because of the position that El Zindriani is in, to try and avoid the caution that is in play. So that will be for Els a case of hold it up, may take the black flag penalty, but that should be cleared by steward team, and they'll bring themselves back into play. It does happen. There's a lot to try and take hold of, and when you're trying to manage to do everything, it's difficult. Talk about drivers who have dropped back over this one. Micah Mixer back down into the pits. James Early down from a start inside the top 10. Kamikaze back in what is now 29th position at the moment. And Jorik van Geffen, who has been around more times than I can count, still trying to get back onto the leading lap here.
Kamikaze with that big crash as well into the wall. So, yeah, I think he'll be very happy that there was a caution coming out there just so he could rejoin. But yeah, very unfortunate for some of our lead drivers. And indeed, we can see the lights there. I think they're already off, so safety car will be in. And the Clio hopefully in with it, although the Clio might want to do a parade lap as well, you never know. But yeah, El Zindriani just going down the order now. They will filter, as you can see them, just on the pit exit there, waiting for their slots to be available, and then just pulling back out in front of a few drivers there. But yeah, we will get running at the end of this lap, so it's green flag racing, and hopefully a clean restart.
Well, Brendan Hyperstar will be back at the front, and the last time Brendan was at the front was the beginning of the race, and he was immediately swamped and swarmed, heading down the back stretch towards turn number 3. Daniel Gore will be looking at that, trying to make it work with Lamp, with Ryan L83, and with B-Roy. Your top 5 as it stands. We haven't seen much of Lamp or B-Roy near the front, so this will be their first chances to show what they're all about. 2 Americans looking to say, I can win on our home soil because we've got that advantage. Pace car dives in on lap 70 here of 200. We're back to running at the Brickyard.
Good start from Brendan Hyperstar there. Daniel getting caught a little bit off pace, and that means that Lamp has an overspeed into turn 1, but nothing that can be done about it. And that's a battle between B-Roy and TK.
Sparks. Hefty crash. TK back up across the circuit and into everyone there. A massive accident, and I think you're going to have to throw for that. That's a huge hit. Aerotech's caught up in it. It continues down the back stretch because it's caught out encephalosis.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate. I saw the car of TK side by side, and it was never going to end well. I think TK was trying to avoid the barrier and just turned a little bit too much. We'll have to get a replay about it, but from what I saw, just both of them just turning a little bit. And yeah, it was indeed, I think that's Sparks, yeah, as you said. Sparks just turning a little bit up toward the wall, and TK turning down a little bit, and then just collide. And that's what can you do once you've got broken steering, basically.
Well, John, I'm going to say this very quietly here. TK's just been hit for 6 on this 6th caution.
A very good one. Now I got to give you 10 out of 10 for that one. Easy found that. We've got driver trying to, what's going on here? Trying to rejoin, but can't find the gear.
Well, we'll have a look, see how it goes, and this is a little bit difficult there, and that's
there's a wheel
actually
missing.
Trying to make it home there by the looks of it. Killer Cleo trying to limp that one back to the box. 3 wheels on my wagon. Look at the way that's bouncing up and down. Looks like the weight jacker's all the way up.
Yeah, it gives me Fernando Alonso 2018 Baku vibes with just 2 flat tyres trying to get back into the pit lane. That's very well done, to be fair. That takes a lot of skill on board with Aerotech. We'll see the collision. Yeah, it was literally just collecting each other. Oh, no way. Aerotech's got collected by that. I cannot believe it. Where can you go? You're right up against the wall. You can't even brake. Whoa, nearly gets wiped out by another car going flat across the apron as well. Oh, these crashes, once you get involved in them, they're quite scary because you have no control over what happens next.
You try and shoot the gap, you pray, you pray, you pray, you're not going to be caught in it, but when the car goes back up on circuit like that, it's very tough. Killer Cleo taking the fast repair and being able to jump back out and away again. It's now Daniel Gore. So through all of that, Brendan Hyperstar lost those 2 places down the back stretch. Daniel Gore had control of the field. Lamp to second, Brendan Hyperstar then to third. Aiden Pole now moves up to 7th, and Grant Poubert now into 8th place.
Kamikaze P11, after all of that, he's avoided all of the crashes and nearly back into the top 10. That's ridiculous. But that is oval racing in a nutshell. You have to keep it clean, and eventually luck will come your way. Whether it'll be enough to get you into the, into the top 3 at the end of the race, who knows? But at this point, it's the correct strategy to have, as I think we've now got everybody back out on track. They just got to possibly have a wave around, and then we can get back to green flag racing. But I think that's Killer Cleo coming out of the pits there, and I think that was the car that we saw when we were on board with Aerotech. There was a car that just went flying past. I think that might have been Killer Cleo just trying to avoid everything, and quite possibly not avoiding it, sadly.
Yeah, Killer Clear's still got 2 laps to try and get back onto the leading lap here and continue on. But here's something that I find quite interesting. The unsafety Cleo is not last.
That is true. Unfortunately, we have had some drivers that have had maybe one too many issues, or just maybe even some malfunctions, you never know, in their equipment, and they've had to drop out of the race, which means that the Indy 500 car, the Indy car, has been beaten by a Renault Clio. Mark that one on your notebooks.
So that can be something. We got drivers thinking about what they want to do, whether they will have the throw into the pits or not. So everyone loves to try and do it, try and force someone to go dive in. I'm diving into the pits, are you? And again, not quite finding that. Lap 73 here of 200, and so giving themselves a little bit of room now to try and figure things out. Lamp here, number 66 right now, is going to try and do what is possible at this moment to try and stay within range and go for it. Killer Clear leaving it very fine. Everyone holding narrow to the inside to allow the unlapping to get back onto the leading lap. The thing about Creator Series is that it's not just about the standard of the racing. It's not just about, as you sit down and say, what can you do? There's a reason why these drivers continue to get back onto that leading lap. It's for the content.
Indeed, at the end of the day, it's all about getting those lovely clips that we love to see after every single race. So many funny incidents that sometimes just don't look too much on the broadcast, but on board, it's a slight tap, it's a slight misjudgment of another driver's intentions. And I'm hearing in the background that the safety car is coming in, so we are about to get green flag racing once again.
So, control now for the first time on a restart will be with Daniel Gore, who was inquiring about whether that Clio will jump off and away, and it does so. And the iRacing sedan pace car will also look to pull on off as well as they both go. So, Daniel Gore with control of this field, Lamp waiting, and there is the launch. Lap 74 here of 200, and we are back underway again at Indianapolis. It looks like a very solid launch. Ryan L83 maybe slightly slow. B-Roy very much alert to the dance. Kamikaze back there trying to attack Nick Pakin.
We have a huge fight in the midfield there. Kamikaze just behind Kamikaze there. Matt 212 and Kaguya Designs just going side by side there. So I think they've gotten away with it. Everybody getting away with a good start this time as Lamp goes for the race lead down the inside. They'll be trying to get the overspeed, but no, Daniel just has that extra couple of miles per hour to just clamp the throttle and hope that the aerodynamics hold, as it looks like we've got a clean restart here, which is very good to see.
Ryan L83!
Whoa!
Whoa! 3-wide power move! Down to the inside. I want race lead, he said, and gets up.
Wow, incredible. Out of nowhere, just as I was thinking everything was about to be calm into that turn one. In comes Ryan. He is really aggressive. Oh, contact in the background. Who is that? Not appearing on our radar at the moment, but Ryan goes for the race lead, and Lamp can't do anything about it. Well, Ryan actually backed out of that one, it looks like, just trying to save some fuel. So maybe some strategy going on. Brendan Hyperstar dropping to 5th as well, so a lot of strategy going on at the moment as B-Boy up to 4th.
Yeah, it was Grand Pooh Bear and James Early who came together, and both of them are down in pit lane as it stands. So that was the hit in the back that has changed things about, but running through into turn 2 on lap 76, Daniel Gore with control. Lamp now in second, and Ryan Elated 3 Power hasn't really got too far. Brendan Hyperstar back to 5th, Basic Ollie 6th, B-Roy remaining a little bit elusive. They're in 4th. Now, keep an eye on that group behind as they're going 2 wide, 3 deep. Aiden Pohl and Nick Pakin. Kamikaze gets a tap from Joey Latreciano going through. And then you've got Micah Dern, Hayden Gullis, and a tap for the wall for Sparks.
Even Gullis was going for an overtake on Kamikaze, and it's kind of condensed them all up together there. They got so lucky with Kamikaze and Micah making contact, and I don't know how they got away with it, but Kaguya's trying to attack Sparks as well, and I think that might have been a little bit of contact. Yeah, so unfortunate.
Hard into the wall, but it was just a one-car incident there, so I doubt that's going to bring another caution out into play. But exchanges going on at the front now for 1st and 2nd, for 3rd and 4th. Up and under goes Lamp, then on Daniel Gore, and will get the run out of 4. That will be the launch required to move on up back to the point over the yard of bricks. So that certainly gives the changes. Aiden Pohl now starting to make moves by Basic Ollie, and this is as much about placement as it is anything else right now, being in this front group.
B-Roy up the inside, Ryan L83. I think B-Roy isn't realising that Ryan's saving fuel. The best strategy at the moment is just to remain with Ryan, as he's got a lot of the speed. Brendan Hyperstar coming back as well, as you can see, but around the outside goes Lamp. Can he keep it? Nope. It looks like Daniel will... Oh no, Lamp has got it. Lamp up the, on the inside, sorry. So Lamp did keep it on the inside. Daniel will have the overspeed now, but I think it's all about the strategy. As we've been talking about, these drivers will have some idea in their mind, and it's just all about getting the other drivers to cooperate.
B-Roy, Aiden Pohl, both of them heavy into the wall. They're through turn number 1, flipping up and over. That's got to be a safety car. There's got to be thrown for that, and it is.
Yeah, a lot of drivers involved in that. And I think that's El Zindriani got away with it. I think no damage, but Aiden Pohl in the pits, sadly. And that's that Punjo I can see in the background. Not quite sure, but a lot of drivers really coming to blows there. I think it was just a case of the overspeed. If you look at it, so B-Roy kind of goes a little bit cautious into her, and Aiden Pohl was expecting him to go flat out and just get tagged. Yeah, and there the rear wing's gone, and at that point B-Roy's going around no matter what happens. You have to lift, and I think drivers were just getting a little bit angsty to try and get the overtake done.
But if Aiden's got that much overspeed, he's got to get to the outside. If he can't do that, he's got to lift. So B-Roy is keeping the pace of the cars in front, and he just gets run over. There's no other way of describing it. He was purely run over.
Yeah, that's so disappointing, because, you know, B-Roy was doing a great job just trying to keep with the pack, trying to not create some incidents. And yeah, I think Aiden just misjudged that one a little bit, just trying to keep the throttle in and go for it. I think he was trying to go around the outside, to be fair, and B-Roy going a little bit wide into turn 1. It's obviously not his fault, but that just means that 2 cars go into 1 bit of tarmac.
I love it. Joran van Heffen is clamoring for a 2-wide restart. Punju comes over the radio. We can hardly get it sorted here, 1 wide on a restart. And Aerotech comes back over the radio. We can hardly keep it in a straight line when we're pacing.
Oh, it's an oval. You're not meant to be going in a straight line. That's not good racing. You need to be weaving on the straights as well. Let's make it super interesting for the drivers. But yeah, let's see. We're about to get a replay with James Early, I think. Let's see. So on board, I think that's... oh, straight into the wall. Oh, no way. As well, they get collected, and that's the rear wing gone, and they're, yeah, just both all out of control. So that is how... I think that was El Tacoman and James Early, if I'm...
Grand Pooh Bear and James.
Grand Pooh Bear, sorry. getting into a little bit of contact. You can see Grumpy Bear just tagging the wall, I think it is now. Yeah, it's over after that, sadly.
You could see the nervousness there, the incident developing right in front.
Tiamat Marduk.
By Tiamat Marduk as well in the mix. But you get the sense of the nerves that some of these drivers are under. They are so twitchy, they're so scared to get caught up in any incident. And this is the first Creator Series 500. So effectively, the understanding of what level you've got to be at to make this work, a lot of these drivers will have raced each other in certain spec, but won't necessarily race in this spec all the time. Now, they might have done their own iRacing Indy 500 split, for example, but not dedicated running. I don't think most of them have done. This is a chase for gold for many of them out there.
Yeah, it's a completely different format of racing. You know, most of these drivers are used to late braking, overtakes into very tight turns where they can make the difference before they even reach the corner. And that, you can't do that. It will be, an overtake is at least 2 corners around this track if nothing else happens. So yeah, it's a completely different format. It's about respecting the drivers. You can't just force them on the off the track, because if that happens, you're going with them. You will get taken out with them. So you've got to be very mindful of that. And just the speeds as well. I think on the restarts, everybody has a tendency to clench the wheel a little bit harder just to make sure they're in full control. But that affects the way you drive the car. You're not relaxed like you are 10 laps into a green flag racing scenario. And that can mean that slight misjudgments happen, or slight different lines are taken than normal, and that can cause an incident in itself, to be fair.
L's going slow here on the back stretch. That will certainly not be helpful at the moment. Not quite sure what's going along here. Stuck at pacing speeds by the looks of things here for Els, and I think this is straight out of the pits, and well, actually not even that. So interesting here from Els, just trying to work around through, and she's in a position where I'd say don't quite want to be there. You take a look with her at the moment, she looks a little bit forlorn and a bit lost.
Yeah, they don't know what's going on. Just looking at the equipment, taking a look down at the wheel. I'm not exactly sure what's going on, but we'll see if they dive into the pits there. But definitely not ideal for them on a caution, which is an ideal way to get themselves back up into the running. But nothing wrong with the fuel there. You could see that the car was accelerating fine, and it looks like safety cars in this lap. So the drivers need to get a move on right now. As you can see, B-Roy and Aidan Pole getting their laps back right there.
Yeah, and only on the back stretch here and into turn number 3, so they are going to be burning the midnight oil to try and get themselves back around to the back of this group before it goes. Lamp with control, Ryan L83 in second. Basic Ollie's kept quiet today in third, and back up near the front again, Joey Latresciano in 4th place, and Kamikaze then in P number 5. Through turn number 4 they'll go. Lap 83 of 200 they will go on to, and they look to get their starts ready. A nice big 11Z in play by the safety Clio, which is there, and Lamp now with control gets the launch sorted, and we're back underway for the 8th time here at Indianapolis tonight.
A safety car doing a burnout, the other one doing drifting into the pit lane. You love to see it. As look at that midfield, you had to fight wide there briefly. Hopefully they can make it through about heat and down from that. It looks like they've got through it clearly. You can see Kamikaze also trying to make up positions there in the front. So a lot going on as Ryan is still in the lead now, but fighting for it. Tiamat Marduk also trying to make up positions. So everybody going for it. That's Brendan Hyperstar up the inside. So a lot of stuff happening right now. Oh, Brendan nearly tapping with another car. That was Joritz, who was a lap down a moment ago.
Well, Brendan came in on that last pit stop, last safety car, made a pit 3 wide for the race lead. Kamikaze back to the front and managing that one nicely with Lamp and Ryan L83 there. Latresciano
Joshy Muz is around.
It's getting busy, and Joshy Muz spins.
Yeah, Joshima's just clouting the wall, I think, in the background. I think they've managed to save it, perhaps. I'm not quite sure. But they're definitely down on speed, if that is Joshima's. I think it is right there. So, yeah, a lot of stuff happening right now as we rejoin the front of the pack. Lamp still trying to hold on to that lead, but Ryan LET3 doesn't want to hear anything about it. As once again, we have Kamikaze joining in on the fray after quite a while.
Treciano also thinking about it, and Matt 2-on-2 moves up as well, with the likes then of Basic Ollie losing out that spot. It's getting busy, it's rush hour right now at Speedway Indiana by the looks of it, and everybody's trying to give themselves the line right down to the bottom. Goes Lamp, defending like it's the final lap, and Ryan L83 tries to push around the outside, trying to hold this one in play through 3 and into turn 4. Doesn't quite have the angle necessary to go and make that work, but for the moment it's a case of this group and the group behind, as we got 3 wide back there with Van Heffen and Micah Dern, and Alex Gillen was there for a bit as well. Punju down in the pits serving a pit stop.
Unfortunate timing once again for Punju. It's just not going his way today, that's for sure. As battles continue at the front with Joey and Kamikaze fighting side by side there. It looks like they just cannot find the advantage as Lamp all the way down to the apron on the inside, just trying to not give anybody the toe. They are trying all of the tactics in the books to get any slight advantage on their rivals right now, because they are already thinking about that race victory, already thinking about that lead. That was nearly a collision between Ryan and Lamp. I think Ryan thought that Lamp was going all the way down. Kamikaze all the way to the inside with the overspeed, and that's a clean move into turn one.
On the front nose, Lamp trying to carry that momentum has damaged the front nose and is going to have to be very cautious about it. I think he's okay, but that has cost a lot of speed, and that was a massive warning shot for what this front group will be if they continue to race with this level of aggressiveness. Kamikaze Latreciano into play, another secondary hit goes by, spinning down through turn 3 short shoot. Caution number 8 of the day comes out before halfway.
So unfortunate. Micah caught up in that one as well by hitting Kamikaze there as he was spinning around. I think they'll both have to pit perhaps for damage, but yes, so difficult there. Just a case of racing aggressively. I think what caught out Lamp was just the dirty air, to be fair. Kamikaze went in front and then the turn-in just was not there at all. They made light contact, that's for sure, but yeah, not much they could do. Let's see what we can see from the replay here.
They're just driving way too aggressively. So there's the 3 wide to start. Kamikaze down to the inside. Just about. Lamp, I think, just tries to get too cute with it. Takes the tap, will drop the time. But now as they work towards turn number 3 out of 2, they are fighting for position. It is very difficult between them. Latreciano trying to figure out a line as it's put in and lovely and sorted down there for Ryan L83. And they're just fighting like it's the last lap of the race here, and they're halfway through this race. There's got to be a point in their brain that goes, no, hang on, take a step back, try and preserve yourself.
As he shut the door, you're about to see it. He shut the door while there was a car on the inside, and that was only, yeah, that's not Joey's fault. He had the inside line, he was holding his line, he had the right to do so. I think maybe a misjudgment on that part by Kamikaze, because you're not giving, as you said, Jake, you're not giving the drivers the benefit of the doubt. You're not giving them that extra maybe 40, 50 centimeters that they need, just in case it pops out of line a little bit, just in case they get a little bit of understeer. And yeah, that has had devastating consequences as we have Matt 2-on-2 to the lead.
Yeah, because you've got Aerotech, B-Roy, Aiden Pole is it down in the lane, Lamp is pitting, Latreciano has decided to pit. No surprise that Kamikaze's down there, but Ryan L83 and Basic Ollie have both made the call to jump down into the pits too. So that tells you all you need to know, I'd say, at this point here, just heading towards halfway, that there will be strategy that will be brought in, and so you're going to get different characters up near the front. Matt 2-on-2, then Sparks, then Yorick Van Heffen, and then Brendan Hyperstar in 4th position, who's never too far away from being at the front of the field.
Brendan always finds a way to get back into the lead fight, doesn't he? Like he's always got that joker cards to play, and I'd love to catch a look at that spreadsheet that says all of the different strategic decisions, because he's decided to stay out on this one, and that's quite an interesting move right there. So obviously expecting another caution, I guess, at some point, but you know,
Well,
it's so difficult to say.
Well, let's just take a look at this, John. What's the current trend? We've had 8 cautions so far in this race. I would say we're odds on for, I don't know, another 7?
Yeah, looking at the maths that way, I guess that's a correct assumption.
So, the drive through for contact with the safety car, so the unsafety Clio is going to have to come in.
Oh, what a shame. This is the top speed for the Clio, I think. So I was just thinking, are we going for a restart there? What's going on? But no, it's just the unsafety car doing unsafe things, like rejoining at turn 1. That's very, very safe indeed. Would have been safe back in the 1950s, but maybe not right now. But yeah, it's kind of one of those things that you have to just keep everything just safe at this point. You have to stick to your strategy, and you have to keep the car out of the walls, because I think at this point a lot of drivers are reaching maybe their second to last or last fast repair.
So we've gone an hour and a half into this race, and we've done 90 laps worth of racing, so we are knocking on the door in terms of race pace at about a 3:10 to 3:20 race pace time if it continues at the current rate that it is at this point. What will be happening though is that drivers will be starting to run out of fast repairs. Grand Pooh Bear, for example, has run out of fast repairs and will be out of the race in 31st position, so down to 30 runners. So even with 6 fast repairs, you know, you will see this click, 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 click. You'll lose drivers off the back because they won't have the fast repairs. If they're using them willy-nilly, it's going to be troublesome. Otherwise, there will be trouble. Map 212 then will be in control as we go back to green flag running again for the 9th time now in this race for lap 91. Here on 200 as it will stack. In comes the pace car, and now it's about get yourself into range. Sparks will wait, so too will Jorrit van Heffen look to try and get it sorted. Green flag goes, and we are back underway again, and immediately 4 wide in the mid-pack.
Brendan looking to get past, I think he's got past Jorrit straight away. That mid-pack, hopefully they've got through. It looks like they're still 3
No, they haven't.
No, they haven't. Oh my days, the midfield still big collisions.
Yeah.
That is a huge crash in the midfield. Surely that's going to have to be a caution. I saw James early in there, just one of the front runners that had the first spin arounds there, and Sparks having some sort of penalty there briefly appearing on screen. But I mean, I just wanted to point out one statistic as well, which is now very relevant, I guess, is that Ancephalosis has pitted 8 times so far. Not all of them being incidents, some of them are strategy, let's put it that way. But that's nearly a lap, or hit every 10 laps. So some of them deciding, a bit like Alain Prost, that every single time you can pit, you should pit.
Well, you look around at that, and there were questions from Alex Gillen, for example, going, well, it's a bit silly that we can't get this one going, but this is why Hoodie Pete just ended up completely washing out in the middle and causing that huge chain reaction that catches 6 or 7 different cars up in that instant, and that is what we call in sim racing and in motorsport the big one.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, look at this, just cars going flying everywhere. That's Killer Cleo getting collected. I think we had Aerotech not getting away with it either. Hoodie Pete, Elsa Gianni there just saying, thank God I wasn't in that pack. But yeah, unfortunately for the front runners, they got a good restart, but in the midfield, it's not gone well. I think it's just a case of drivers going, there's an incident ahead. Flat out? Yes, flat out. It'll stick. It'll be fine, and with predictable results, I guess.
Yeah, you can't drive through an incident and hope it just disappears. It just won't do that. Incidents don't do that here at Indianapolis because there's nowhere for it to go except back out onto circuit. So that's what makes life very difficult. So as far as that goes, it will put another heat cycle into the tyres, and that's something worth talking about later on in this race. That is that when you are going back to 35, 40 laps to go and you're trying to make the fuel work, you also got to think about the tyres and how many heat cycles you are putting into the tyres. And so every time that you go from slow speed to quick speed and you're trying to get through those elements, those tyres will get a little bit worse, a little bit worse, a little bit worse, John. So will there be a case of drivers at, say, 20 laps to go, 15 laps to go, thinking, well, my tyres aren't working, I'm going to go get track position, I'm going to go get tyres and try and work my way through, while others decide, well, I'm going to try and hold on, even if my tyres burn out worse than what they would do on a normal green flag run, and try and hold them steady.
It's been seen many, many times over the past. Tires, racing tires in general, do not like to be heated up, then cooled down, then heated up again. You can have all sorts of stuff going on, like deformations of the tire, or just random temperatures, and just struggling to get any temperature in them in the restarts if they're incredibly warm, for example. So you will have that effect of it being even more difficult to drive than normal. And I think the drivers don't need any more added difficulty. But in terms of description of the race so far, the intro, or the starting race, let's call it, from Cars 1 is about what every driver in the midfield is trying to do, thinking they'll be the one to get through the big one. And unfortunately, there's only 1 or 2 drivers per race that can do that. So a little bit of aggression from the drivers. I get it, you know, everybody wants to win the race. But hopefully this time we can have a clean restart. If I keep saying it, it will happen at one point, right, Jake?
Well, hopefully we will get that chance, but I want to keep an eye on some of our community members who are doing a brilliant job. We've got 3 of them inside the top 10. Micah Dern at the moment from Killer Cleo's community up there in 5th place. Jack Fletcher from Punju's community in 7th, and then Daniel Gore in 8th place. So that you're really starting to see is going to be, you know, a huge moment for what this racing is all about, which is adding a little bit of the community members in, and they are having a good run, and they are cropping up, and they are making this racing interesting.
Yeah, and you had Joey Latretiano fighting for the race lead as well. So they've all been doing brilliant performance. It's just that sometimes you get caught out in incidents. It does happen. So we'll be looking at these community members to see what they can do. They've got nothing to gain or lose, really. They just want to go all out for the victory, and they certainly have the pace to do it. That's one thing as well that I've noticed this time out in the Creator Series, is that the lap times are very close between the drivers. Less than a 1/10 of a second between most of the fielders. We've still got cars doing the wave around, which could make it extra spicy, as I think there were 2 cars nearly in the wall there, trying to get as much time back as possible.
Yeah, that will be B-Roy following Nick Pakin around and trying to get back on the leading lap, which they will manage out there. So for Matt 2-on-2, it's a case of, all right, we'll try this one again. So 9 cautions in 94 laps. It will be lap 95. We will go back to regular racing, we hope, after what was a pretty sizable moment out there. You got Ancephalosis still stuck on the pit, so too James Early. They might have burnt through all of their fast repairs, so that will bring the field down a little bit more if that is the case, as the cars now drop themselves down into the pit, and it will be the control of Matt 2-on-2 as the iRacing sedan leads the way, and now it is up to the yellow and green to get back going, and we are back underway as they cross the yard of bricks.
Yeah, once again, it's a very unsettling thing into turn 1 as you cross that to Brickyard, literal reminiscent of the old track there. The last remaining bricks at all on the course, as everybody's got through okay. We've got Sparks still fighting at the front with Matt 2-on-2. Now I'm going to say it, the producer saying don't say that it's green flag racing. It is indeed. Kamikaze making his way up as well on the leaderboard, but you can see at the front it is basically a 4 wide for the lead. Incredible stuff. Sparks around the outside, can he get it done? It looks like Matt is still in control of this one, but it's hanging on by a thread.
Well, Brendan Hyperstar wanted the move at turn 3, but boxed himself in, and look at this again. He is boxed in, nowhere to go. Alex Gillen and Joran van Heffen going to the outside now. 3 wide, bang,
Oh, no.
into the wall. Goes the likes then of Alex Gillen. He'll come back across everyone. That'll create a chain reaction in the middle as they go 3 wide. El Taco Man trying to work the way through it with Hayden Cullis. They all stay together, but that a hip check for Alex Gillen will not be best pleased. It's allowed. 5 go clear at the front.
Somehow Alex Gillen survived. That's all I'm going to say about that one. He's still in the race. The car is still pointing somewhat in a straight line, but that has opened up the strategy now because El Taco Man has lost
Teammate Martin.
Yeah, in the background, and around they go. That's a big one involving at least 4 cars I could see. And that is another caution called. I think just drivers trying to. They're focusing on one car. They're focusing on one car and they're trying to go for an overtake and they're not realising they got a car next to them and contact is made, sadly.
Well, Joshimus didn't want to pit. Basic Ollie's very heavily damaged going down the pits. He got caught up in all of that, but a hefty shunt at the back. And again, we go to the old adage that cautions do in fact breed more cautions. We're at double digits just before halfway in the race. And that a very big incident then that brings itself through, and I think a correct call to bring out the safety car in that period because of how big that hit was. So the first hit there was with the likes of Alex Gillen. That kept itself safe and out there, and it could have been an issue at 2. It could have been an issue at 3. It was, though, in the end, an issue at 4, John, that made all of the difference. You can see Jorrit van Heffen going to the outside of Sparks pits right now. It's a case of...
RKO out of nowhere. That's what
pretty
it is.
much a case of a sideswipe.
Yeah, just getting bumped into the wall, not much you can do. And you can see a bit of car parts going flying, but the car seems to survive. Now, in the background here, what happens to Tiamat Marduk? No, we've got centre ground here. So TK and Tiamat Marduk, a little tap by TK. Around they go, and that collects everybody. Literally everybody behind them. They had nowhere to go, sadly. So that's an unfortunate one between TK and Tiamat Marduk, from my analysis.
So, we now find ourselves into the 10th portion of this race, and so that is going to be a case of where everyone is now starting to stack themselves in. So as you look around, yes, drivers are now thinking halfway in this race, it will put Brendan Hyperstar in control of this field, and they will now all try and keep themselves ready as they go. So it's Matt 212, then Brendan Hyperstar. Well, actually, Sparks will take the control of the race. So Sparks has the control, and so that one will be important to try and keep in mind with all of these drives around. Jorrit van Heffen still there. Micah Dern made good progress. Someone who's been subtly good, El Taco Man.
Yeah. Apart from that one incident that he got involved in, he's been just solidly consistent, putting in the laps, getting the pace, sticking out of trouble for the most part. That's how you got to do it, and there they are in 6th place. That is lovely to see. Micah as well getting away with this as well, and I think maybe the luckiest person out there at the moment, Jorrit, after all of those incidents where he wasn't necessarily at fault, tagging Alex Gillen into the wall, he could have easily got taken out of in that one as well. So will we see anybody pit? Drum roll. Looks like everybody carrying on past pit roads there. So they've made their strategy calls. I think at this point it's anybody's guessing game which is the right strategy. As far as Indy 500s go, and I've watched quite a few of them, there's no way to call this one accurately.
No, there isn't. I still think we are too far out from this one being one we can declare as this is the driver who can win. There are drivers to keep in mind. Brendan Hyperstar has kept the car squeaky clean, has not been involved in any instant. That i5G Dallara IR18 is very much still doing what it needs to. I think Sparks here is now going back into line after making the pit stop, getting out back ahead, and will fall back into a more realistic position, giving Matt 212 the control then as they go. But what you're going to start running down and looking at here is Ancephalosys 6 laps down. He's going to get back out on circuit. He's going to need a lot of wave around to try and get back into control. So give some credit here to Ancephalosys, who's trying to desperately try and get back into position and just get the wave around sorted. I think the big key has been that you got drivers will get into positions and fall out of positions so quickly that because we've had so many cautions over the first half of this race, John, you can't really tell what's going to happen in the second half.
No, some drivers will have to play it a bit more cautiously because they haven't got the fast repairs, and a lot of people have the same pace. I will say Matt 212 has been consistent, and it's surprising how adaptable he is to the different race formats. I haven't seen a race where he's been really at the back of the field in terms of pace, as I think we'll have the restart. There we go, safety car in, and we're about to get racing once again.
Matt 212 then on lap 100 here of 200, 101 laps to go of racing. Will now bring us into the second half of the race. Single file it goes through for the most part. Jack Fletcher and Joey Latresiano have a little bit of too wide through turn one, but outside of that, it's busy in the back as they go down through. A big move down low. Here comes Brendan Hyperstar for the race lead.
Yeah, he's gone for it, and he has got it. Kamikaze moving up to 6th as well, right round the outside, closing, slamming the door shut, unlocking it just to make sure. Kamikaze there just getting tapped a little bit from Daniel behind as well. But look at the overspeed. Here comes Matt 212 once again. He'll go side by side, might be just about level as they go past the bricks. Once again is going to be who has the courage to go for it. Yorit to the outside. No, he backs out of it quite sensibly so. And now it becomes the game of just trying to settle back in on that race pace. And Brendan goes a little bit wide, trying to get, I think, the just up and under, as they say, trying to get out of that dirty air. And it's works a treat as up the inside he goes.
Yep, and so now with Jorrit van Heffen trying to pull into play, Brendan Hyperstar controls it, and Hoodie Pete is down in the pits with damage. He's tagged the wall, it looks like, so he's in trouble. Now we continue on here and can keep it close. You've got Micah Gunn and El Taco Man bring themselves into play, and they are really working hard here over the 100 distance, the halfway, the 250 miles that's been done, and they've just got to settle down. And losing time is Hayden Gullis on the inside. Joey Latresiano might be now trying to eye it up. That was Daniel Gore moving by.
Such a close one between Hayden and Daniel. Hayden basically couldn't get the car turned in. Oh, in the background a crash. I think that might be Killer Cleo that's gone into the wall by herself, it looks like, unfortunately. But yeah, Hayden Gullis just couldn't get the car turned in turn one, and Daniel had to just do a big maneuver around the outside just to get clear, and luckily there wasn't major contact. I think Hayden touched the wall there as well, so Hayden in the wars quite literally. Let's see what happened. A contact as it was Killer Cleo going round, and I think, was that Aerotech tagged as well? No, that's Joshima's. Yes, indeed it is. What a shame.
So that's just showing you how difficult it is near the rear of the field. Not enough cars in and around to throw that into play. Matt 212 makes the move back to the front, and trying to work that side by side is Jorrit van Heffen, looking to get that sorted, and we'll get the drive then through 3. We'll try and confirm it at 4. Catches down low, moves on up the circuit, gets the clearance needed. El Taco Man continues the freight train now, looking over towards turn number 1, and might just go through the middle for the lot. Thinks better of it. Van Heffen to the outside, contact then, and holds it together. No, into the wall, big hit, up and over. Goes one more. That's going to have to be another one, surely. Latresiano up and over, number 11.
Yeah, he was so close to saving that, and then the rear wing just went, nope, I've failed, and around he went into the wall. I think you can see Kamikaze in the background with damage as well, so that's so unfortunate. Maybe Ryan actually with damage, I'm not quite sure. A yellow car in the background in any case, but so unfortunate. Let's see if we can have another replay of that. So yeah, just going to the outside was Jorrit and El Tacoman. As you said, just lifting off, playing it cautious, and then it was just a case of Matt 212 just getting a bit too aggressive into the turn, then and collects. Yeah, I think that's B-Roy getting turned over, Kamikaze as well. Oh, what a shame, honestly.
It's a hefty hit, and when you have an incident like that, you just hope and pray that you're not the one who's caught up in it. There, Joey Latresiano, who was into the catch fence, going up and over there. Kamikaze's got damage and is down in the pits again, looking to try and get some service, hoping that there's still fast repairs available. But with 96 laps to go, again, it comes down to the reality of they are fighting really hard amongst each other. We'll take another look. Latricia, passenger. Yeah. You can't do anything about that. No driver in the world gets out of that one unscathed.
I mean, I think they were fully on the brakes there as well, trying to minimize the speed, but you're approaching at such a fast angle that there's not much you can do, and all you can do is stay calm and hope. Just try and keep your line, but when there's two cars spinning out in front of you, there is no line. And yeah, what a tough one. Nothing he could have done about that. And I'd say the incident, very unfortunate, to be fair. Matt just got a little bit loose on the apex, right down there on the apron, basically, on that famous curb, as we were talking about earlier. Just on the curb a little bit, if I recall correctly. And that just put him right into the path of Violet and then into the wall. So very unfortunate, as I think we're going to see everybody in the pits near enough.
Well,
Hayden carries on.
All but Hayden. At the moment, it's split. Jack Fletcher's going to stay out. Aidan Pohl is going to decide to stay out. Ryan L83 makes the call to stay out. So it is a split strategy, but most of your leaders have made the call to dive into the pits. Jorrit van Heffen is going to be day done. He's not going to get back in the car again by looks of it. James Early is stuck in the pits. He says the car is good, the car is ready to go. The issue is he's off the jacks and he cannot get any drive left. So it looks like for James Early, his day is done, well, early.
That was not an expected pun from you, Jake, but good one. Yeah, it's unfortunate, probably just maybe some equipment stuff, but it sounds like he's getting power to the car, so not exactly sure what's going on there. Unfortunate if that is the case. But yeah, some people literally running out of fast repairs. I mean, Jorrit had been into the pits 7 times, if I remember correctly, so it's possible that the fast repairs were just not there anymore, and that's the end of it, because that was an extensive amount of damage. Both front wheels, the front, well, nose cone entirely, and God knows what on the rear as well, because we didn't really see the damage. But yeah, that is what we were talking about 20 laps ago, is just the fact that you have to keep it clean, and if you don't, you're going to end up in trouble.
Well, this is now how the field stacks. Hayden Gullis will now lead the field outright. Jack Fletcher in second and Aidan Pohl in third. Ryan L83 will now be fourth, and Basic Ollie will round out your top 5. Els Indriani has hit pit lane. Lamp's been in there. Aerotech in there. Joshima's as well. I think has spent the majority of this race down on pit lane for some incident here, there and everywhere. But it is also a race of how do you keep yourself out of trouble. We talk about this in a lot of different styles of racing, but this is an important one. How do you buy a ticket to the end of this race, John?
Well, I think at this point, anybody who saved any fast repairs, either by just taking the punishment of the damage, they might actually have an advantage at the end of the race if we keep getting wave arounds. Because if you get into a problem or whatever with, let's say, 20 laps to go or 30 laps to go, then there's still a chance for you. Whereas if you got to repair all of the damage, then there's no chance whatsoever. I think it's just a case of, at this point, just pitting. I wouldn't say every single time, but every 2 cautions. I'm hoping we don't get another caution, but that's a bit optimistic, perhaps. And just keeping the fuel level up, keeping the tires fresh, so that if the scenario happens where it's green flag racing to the end, you're not caught out completely by that strategy. As I think the unsafety cars' tires are still cold. They've been trying for 105 laps now to get them warm.
It's an attempt, but they will have 93 laps to go when they cross the line. Lap 108 out of 200. Hayden Gullis for the first time will lead at the front of this field, and if they can get themselves some clean running, they will just eat into those laps. James Early back out there, 13 laps down. He's going to have a lot of work. Els Indriani will move through as well. Gullis with control, with Fletcher, with Pohl, with Ryan L83 and Basic Ollie. That's how they sit and stack, and the green flag drops and Hayden Gullis goes predictably. Aidan Pohl bogs down off of that start, and now over to the outside, looking to make some progress, and a lightning launch from the likes of El Taco Man. Oh, a big hit into the back. 1, 2, 3, 4 will go. Micah Dunn's gone spinning like a top, and Brendan Hyperstar's in it.
Oh, that's a big one. Also, someone spinning off. Is that Killer Cleo spinning off in the background as well? And we do have a caution deployed for that. So a lot of incidents happening. Once again, cautions lead to cautions. It happens in real life. It's happening here as well. And whoever just pitted there has got the luckiest break of their lives right there, I think.
Well, Brendan Hyperstar is not one to get caught up into issues lightly, and that is what happens when you put yourself back in the pack. It looked like TK was in the midst of all of that, which caused the chain reaction to occur, but that is number 12 in terms of cautions here today, which means we're only a couple off the record. Let's take a look from Brendan Hyperstar's perspective. So does the right thing, overtake on the right, you get a penalty if you overtake on the left. And there's TK in front, pushing that angle. He just tags him in the middle, and bang, there you go. You get a tiny bit aero loose. Drivers getting caught into tunnel vision, and Brendan Hyperstar, a rare mistake, being caught so much out of rhythm by the slow pace that we've had here today for this Creator Series 500.
Not much. Like at this point, the drivers just spatial awareness, maybe just getting a little bit out of the optimal zone, let's say, in terms that they're just so used to restarts now. They've got one strategy, they go for it, and if there's somebody alongside them, well, that's their problem in that case. So it's unfortunate, but it opens the strategy up again, and hopefully they can get back out there and get it repaired. For Brendan, it shouldn't be a problem. They should still have a chance to have a go at the win in this one. Still a lot of laps to go, and still time to get back in this one. And once again, Hayden Gullis leads laps of this race. He'll be very happy, and I know, guaranteed, he will have the biggest grin on his face. And we shall see what happens after this.
Basic Ollie now up into second. B-Roy will move third with El Taco Man into fourth position. Then it's Alex Gill and Tiamat Marden fifth and sixth spot. Follows Kamikaze back into eighth place as that looks to put itself back into play. So we will keep an eye out on that as it goes. But John, we are in a position where it is going to be really tough, I think, for many to sit down and say, what more can I do of this scenario? You really have to hold yourself down and say, right, you just need to give yourself room. And these drivers all need to give each other a lot of room and say, right, this is what we have to do. We just got to be respectful now. Otherwise, we're just going to commit to ourselves having this very tough period of racing.
Well, it's a very long race, 500 miles is a considerable distance to do any driving. You consider if it's just on motorway driving or if it's just around town, that's a long distance to travel. And with the speed, even though you're covering that distance a lot faster than normal, it still requires the precision. And for a lot of the drivers, maybe fatigue kicking in for a bit of the European drivers, or people that aren't used to racing this long a race, it can have an impact on the judgment on a safety car restart. And that's why this race is so revered, so renowned, so highlighted in the season, is because it's that niche aspect of getting everything right in a different race format. And we see the drivers struggling, and it's for good reason, and I have to respect the drivers for trying it because it's so difficult to get it right. I know I can't.
Well, I know very much that this is a car that has a lot of unique properties about it. You have to deal with the in-car tools, like the anti-roll bar and the weight jacker, for example. You have to deal with the fact that you've got to be shifting down gears on the straight. You have to deal with the fact that the car is always going to be pulling itself over to the left-hand side to get as much rotation into the corners as possible. And you've also got to realise there is a very good reason why in the real world, John, that drivers even like Fernando Alonso, for example, Romain Grosjean, revered veteran drivers that have gone through to try and race here at Indianapolis, have had to go through the rookie test, which is 4 weeks of very hefty and rigorous training to make sure that you are ready to race around this circuit. Not too dissimilar to what Max Verstappen had to do last week at the Nürburgring to make sure that he is up to pace in order to race around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It's a very similar feat that many drivers do. Hayden Gullis won't mind. He'll go another 4 that's ticked off. 89 laps to go here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and the wait for the green flag to drop continues, and Hayden will wait as long as possible, and there's the green flag, and he's slow to the launch. Good jump by B-Roy.
B-Roy might get the chance to take the lead straight away round the outside. I think he has done it effectively. We'll see as we get into turn 1. No, Hayden holds it on the inside as well. Basically kind of boxed in. El Tacoman just playing it smart. Teammate Marduk and Alex Gillen side by side on the track as well. I'm sure that will end well. But we get battle at the front. B-Roy going for it. But here comes Teammate Marduk all the way to the inside. No way he goes for the lead. He is going for the lead. He is in the lead. There we go. Teammate Marduk all the way from 5th to 1st. And that is how it goes.
Now, an issue at the back, and it's only caught one car out, and it's Punju, who is the wrong way around. Everybody else seems he's got through. There's a big crash on the front now that's gone by, and that's caught Sparks and Alex Gillen up. Then in the incident,
as well.
And we're hearing no safety car will be called. We're going to let them race for a bit.
Yeah, it's good to have green flag racing, so Tim Marduk will be especially happy with that one. As B-Roy fighting as well. They're getting very aggressive at the front, it must be said.
Three
I
wide.
think about 5 cars. Yeah, indeed. Hayden Gullis going to the inside there, choosing it, but it hasn't been the all-done line, as you have to scrub off quite a bit of speed as we were talking. It's a different style, and you can see Tim Marduk carrying the speed around the outside. B-Roy has made it work to good effect as well, as here comes Basic Ollie also into the mix.
Yep, Tiamat Mark's been very good at holding the outside line, but B-Roy gets the overspeed and crosses the line just slightly behind. Tiamat Marduk gets the clearance through and decides, yeah, that's going to work for us then. As you've got the likes of Daniel Gore and Hayden Gullis now going at it. It's Gore up into 4th position, Gullis to 5th, El Taco Man back there in 6th position. The train forms behind with Nick Pakin, with Matt 212, Joey Latresiano's in there, Lamps in there. Ryan L83's never been too far from the front, but now it is going to be a case of back up there for B-Roy to take laps led at the front of this field.
Kazi and Ryan L83 trying to make their way through on up to the leaders. Indeed, this team at Marduk goes through once again, as you said. Look at Basic Ollie though, just sitting there, just hoping that everything goes well. El Tacoman, although they're losing positions, they're keeping it clean, they're keeping it exactly where they need to be. And as Ryan and Kamikaze are battling there in the background, as you can see, you've got Lamp also challenging them in, well, just a frantic fight to remain in the slipstream. They're losing it, though, by the tune of 0.8 of a second. And this could be so detrimental. Kamikaze way out onto the marbles right there, having a huge effect, and is being overtaken left, right, and centre right now.
Yeah, he took a tap from Lamp back there, and that's what's caused troubles. You've got Brendan Hyperstar, who's in the midst of all of that. But remember, Brendan's 1 lap down at the moment and needs to try and work her way through all of this group to get up there. Looking with Latresiano at the moment in P number 9, sat just behind the likes of Lamp for this stage, and knowing that Lamp would quite happily want to try and work his way through, but he doesn't want to lamp anyone as he goes by. On the outside, that's Basic Ollie, who finds himself a little bit out of position being at the front of that train, drops a couple places. B-Roy holding his station well against Tiamat Marduk, and Hayden Gullis watching on with Daniel Gore and El Taco Man.
Right, the Lamp have done a great job to get back onto the lead slipstream, let's call it, as Hayden Gullis straight away to the lead. Oh, Tiamat Marduk very wide, B-Roy leaving the room. That is how you do it, 3 wide through turn 1. Lovely stuff to see, and Hayden decides to drop out of that one. He's not wanting to take that fight. Daniel will probably profit from that as he's had to lift off. So we've got a 2 wide situation for the lead. Looks like B-Roy might be able to slam the door shut. Will he do so? No, Tiamat Marduk decides, I'm committing to this. I'm going all out. I want this race lead. I want this race victory. I'm not going to let it go. And here is El Tacoman, once again, who's just sat back eating popcorn as far as I can see. Well, maybe not quite.
B-Roy was over the radio saying, I'm not lifting, not at all, out there, and he knows that he wants control of this race. He's going to drive it the way that he knows to. If in doubt, you go flat out, as Colin McRae would say. Daniel Gore now up into 3rd, watching Hayden Gullis. El Taco Man runs a little bit wide out of 2. It's so easy to clip all out of 2. It's the most common place all drivers seem to clip is out of 2.
You know, the fun thing is the only thing that Colin McRae didn't try is IndyCar racing, would you believe? GT3s, Le Mans, Rally, of course, Formula 1, but yep, no IndyCar. So yeah, that would have been a spectacle to watch if in doubt, flat out, that's for sure. As everybody weaving now, trying to get the slipstream. B-Roy trying to defend, and it's Tim McMurdoch to the inside once again. They're leaving each other a lot of room now, which is very, very nice to see. Kamikaze gaining a few positions after that mishap, but look how far back he is. He's got at least 10 car lengths that he needs to catch up, and he needs somebody to give him the slipstream fast.
Yeah, and this is what happens, is you get drivers who work themselves into the train, and that can give a whole heap of a lot to work with, but it also can take away. If you lose the train, you've got to try and do everything you can to hold back onto it. It's a dance when you're out here racing. You've got to trust the drivers around you to do the right thing, to leave you enough space to go and make it happen. At the moment, it's Daniel Gore who now has a little bit of a lap at the front, but B-Roy still refuses to let go at the front of the field. Tim McMurdoch now fighting El Taco Man here for third, going through 2 and onto the backstretch again.
Look at who's working his way into the mix though. Ryan, L83 in P6 at the moment. He's just playing it casually, just waiting for the slipstream. You got Lamp behind him as well, just trying to keep out of trouble as Tim McMurdoch seems to be losing quite a bit of time here. It's just got crowded out as B-Roy and Daniel will now fight for the race lead. But there's a lot of strategy going on. I think a lot of people lifting and just trying to conserve as much fuel as possible as we are in green flag. Yeah, indeed we are. Green flag racing just means that the strategy is so different now. This so tricky as El Tacoman just forced onto the apron and had to lift there.
Yeah, washed out on the bottom. It's not often you hear that, but that's a case there of not wanting to commit, but will take the run again out of 2 and just doesn't have the commitment to go where is needed. B-Roy and Daniel Gore continuing to duel on the straights and battling with their fate over towards 3, and it's B-Roy again through 4 who gets the launch. Now you can just keep your foot in and drive around the outside like that. The longer you go though, the more you're going to wear those tyres. A bit of side by side then as Nick Pakin moving up then, trying to get by Matt 212. The lap down, Brendan Hyperstars in here with the likes of Joey Latresiano, and it is busy still here at the front.
Oh, Matt had a huge snap of oversteer just on the exit of, I think it was turn 3. I don't know how he saved it, but he did. He's still in this race. But that was really high-stakes stuff as B-Roy is trying to defend like a lion right now. Tim McMurdoch seems to have gotten the pace back, so maybe a case of tires overheating or something else going on. But they are back in this one as El Tacoman just sitting there patiently. Ryan not really going for any moves as people in the pits, Hayden in the pits, and I think Tim McMurdoch nearly followed them.
Nearly wanted a bit of toe, but it's 3 wide on the front, and now looking to make the move still is El Tacoman down low, almost in the grass, trying to worry about a way through. B-Roy's got a great car for the corners right now. Daniel Gore is still holding himself there, and those two are playing rough shot here at the front, and that's making life very difficult for everybody else to find a way around.
There's one person that is saving a little bit, and that's Kamikaze. He's been able to keep the gap at 0.8 of a second and is slowly working his way back in as B-Roy playing it aggressively. Daniel just having to lift a little bit on the outside. No room in the in right there as once again we are another lap under green flag racing. So everybody keeping it clean for the moment, as I think a little bit of mutual respect happening now between the drivers. They've sort of figured it out. They know what's going on, as just the fact that we saw cars getting very close to the barrier. I think that was basically Ollie and Matt perhaps. But yeah, B-Roy just playing it clean. I think he's got the most pace right now at the front, and you can see a little bit of a gap forming as the drivers are still fighting, but you can sense that they've got something in the tank if they need to deploy it. Oh, Tim McMurdoch, and that is hang on, was it Ryan? Yes, it was. Ryan and Tim McMurdoch colliding into the infield there and into the barrier. Sadly, that is going to be a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, but they didn't come back up onto circuit, so we'll call that an isolated incident, and they'll continue on. So no caution flag will be thrown for that, as they go through. Daniel Gore and B-Roy then together on track. It does break up the group a little bit more. It brings Lamp up into 4th, Matt 212 to 5th, Basic Ollie to 6th, Nick Baker and Joey Latresciano now up inside that top 10. Els Indriani inside the top 10 on merit for the first time in this race. She's having a nice run now of things, and this is what happens here when Tiamat Marduk has been committed to the middle of the road the entire time, and he just takes a tap from the side.
Wow, yeah, so that was on board from Tiamat Marduk, and then it looks like, I mean, it's difficult to say from that perspective, so let's have another look. So Tiamat Marduk sort of holds the high line, doesn't go all the way to the outside. Ryan
tries to
expects Tiamat Marduk to take the racing line effectively, but Tiamat Marduk just well, both of them try and pinch each other, that's the problem, and they can't both race on the same bit of tarmac, sadly.
No, that's one of the things with racing. You got to leave a little bit of room for everyone else. If you start being greedy, the other car can't get out of the way. You should expect contact, and you will expect contact around here at 16th Street and Georgetown Road. And speaking of moves, here comes Lamb looking up. 66 will execute the order to try and take the race lead, and will not get there on Daniel Gore. And a big one in the back. Yeah,
Basic Ollie just into the barrier. Not much they can do. That thankfully they spun up onto the barrier there, so not a caution needed to be thrown for that one possibly. But yeah, Lamp into the lead. Daniel still in tow, and El Tacoman just sat there in P3, very happy to do so. Matt's 212. I think it was possibly a collision with Matt 212. We'll have to double check that one because the car is very similar in colours. Oh, in the background as well. Nick. Was that, Latresciano into the wall and maybe make it into pit lane with that one?
Yeah, so I think Latresciano can make the pit. He's caught up there with likes of Basic Ollie. It's getting close between them. Lamp here and El Tacoman working against each other. Daniel Gore happy at the front. Matt 212 watches with Nick Bacon, and it's 5 clear now at the front only. Here's a little look at it. Just trying to deal with it. Basic Ollie just gets a huge wash and a tap going on through with Latresciano. The fine margins that come to racing at Indy.
Yeah, sometimes the race is out of your hands, and that is just how it goes. You can see the car of Basic Ollie stopped on the infield there. It can't get it back to pits, it looks like, which is unfortunate. But look at El Tacoman into P2 now. Can they take the race lead? It's very possible. And about this point, I'd be looking at that and thinking some of these people need to pit for fuel at some point. So we've got a strategy in the mix as well.
Well, if they can make it to 60 laps to go, you'd feel that they'd be quite happy out there, because that will mean they'll only have 1 pit stop after this. So they're looking at 2 stops to go. Anything earlier than that, and they're on 3 stops to the end, and will be relying on cautions to give themselves the track position to get back into play. So this becomes a dangerous game. Who's got one? Well, tag off the wall, not 1 but 2. Tag the wall as they go through. El Tacoman was 1, Lamp was the other, and Lamp decides to bail.
It was Aiden, was it Lamp or was it Aiden Paul? I'm not quite sure. It was Lamp. Yeah, you're quite right. The liveries look very similar from the front, but yeah, so tricky. And it just demonstrates the margins. Just looking at the stints there while you were talking about that, they're all on lap 24 at the front, with some of them on Kamikaze lap 25, so I don't think they're going to make it to 60 to go unless they've been doing serious fuel saving, which we know they haven't because they've been pushing flat out. So this might take a turn for strategy. Doesn't mean if there's another caution that they can have a little bit of flexibility in what they do, but yeah, some of them running on empty tanks at the moment.
And so it now puts into perspective that you've got small pockets of groups here, because you've got the 4 that are clear, which is Daniel Gore, Matt 212. Oh, there's El Tacoman in the wall, heavy on the right-hand side. I think that's going to be not enough to cause a safety car. A caution out there, stuck up there on the top. So El Tacoman takes the hit. We're now to 3 out there at the front. We take a look at this. This is what happens. This is just a confidence breaker. On your own, out of 1, bang, into the wall. You think you just take it a little bit quicker, and suddenly the car just doesn't want to turn.
Probably tried to take it flat through there, which you can sometimes if you take the perfect line, but maybe the tyres also just giving up a little bit, and you could see them just go wide, and at that point you've committed. There's not much you can do to it. Up the inside, Els Indriani, I think this is. That was a good move, and they're certainly holding their own out there, aren't they?
Well, here's the issue now. There are so many cars that are on the cusp of being a lap down that have had to come in and make a stop that you're looking at the likes of Daniel Gore working his way through all of them at the moment. Matt 212 is trying to do the same, but isn't following with the same amount of speed. So I look at Michael Dern, Jack Fletcher and Kamikaze and Micah Mixer. They're trying to stay with this, but if they're trying to deal with a car that's also very good with slipstreams, Aiden Pole hits pit lane, I think they're going to really struggle here in terms of how are they going to catch this up on pure race pace.
Looking at the lap times, Daniel's best lap time is a 40.8. Matt 212 and Nick Payton are both in the 40.3s, 40.4s, so they have that little bit of overspeed, but again, do they have the confidence to do the overtaking like they need to do? Remains to be seen, as we're seeing a lot of drivers just getting a bit impatient to do the overtakes at this point as the strategies come into play. We'll try and call it as soon as they're in the pit, but it looks like at the moment they're still setting fastest laps or very close to fast laps. Yes, indeed. So first one to blink at the front after 28 laps.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say that's hit a schedule that Kamikaze's wanted. He's actually tagged the wall, which is why he's jumped in and so easily done.
Yeah, again, you can see a little bit of damage to the rear tyre there on the right-hand side. Let's see if we can have a look. So in dirty air, that's for sure. Let's see what happens. Any tag whatsoever. The car behind does tag the wall. And next corner, so into turn 1, will it happen? Let's see.
So it was turn 4 and then straight into the pit, so I think we just caught the wrong lap. There is Kamikaze leaving pit, and you have to trundle through turn 1 and turn 2 before you can get back onto racing circuit. So as you take the infield through turn 2 and work back onto circuit, there's the merge, and joining that big group of Hayden Gullis and Aerotech and B-Roy and all of the names that are sat there trying to hope that a caution comes out and they work their way through. Matt 212, for example, mired in the middle at the moment, and he's going to be joined by Nick Bacon in third, wanting to try and get through to second. Look, you can see that Nick wants a way through.
1.4 seconds the gap to Daniel in the lead, so that's the gap that you need as the front driver if there's no more cautions. There probably will be, but you've always got to play with that perspective of maybe there won't. And you can see Nick there just getting the ultimate turn in there, just looking, sensing for where Matt is not confident, so close to the rear of Matt 212.
That's a huge one. Absolutely huge. Look at that across the front. Matt 212's caught up in it, and that has to be a yellow. That has to be a yellow for that.
Don't tell me Matt 212 lifted. That has got to be the biggest commentator's curse that I've possibly done. But it looked that way, judging by the incident. And you could see Nick was just right behind. So if anything happens, if there's a little lapse in confidence, it's over. So let's have a look and see what happens.
It's encephalosis.
Oh, that's not on my bingo cards. My day stopped in the middle of the road. That's a terrifying thing when the cars pull out of the racing line and suddenly you're just staring at a car parked in the middle of the track and there's no time to react to it.
So encephalosis came back onto circuit, unsighted as that all came about, and there's nothing that Matt 212 can do. From second position, driving perfectly, Tiamat Marduk found himself in the wall, and then it's 4 cars on the back stretch, all caught up. And that is a terrifying incident to see there. The last thing you want is a car straight across the road, and that goes to show you why you have to be so switched on. Look, too late, and then bang, there's the hit. Continues on. Tiamat Marduk takes a secondary, tertiary tap, and then another big hit that goes through. I'm not quite sure. Maybe Sparks was the one who had that final hit, but it does now bring the field back into an interesting scenario. So sit back and relax. Canada are 2, 3, and 4.
Just want to say, can we get another replay from our director there? Because I just want to point out how quickly Nick reacted to that. If you were watching Matt, you could just see Nick just look at it and instantly dart to the inside. Incredible reactions right there. And I just cannot believe it, as we got so many people into the pits right there. So you can just see, you've got Matt just looking at the line. Now, all of the drivers will react to the car, but Matt's the first one that's unsighted. And Nick just darts to the inside, gets away with it. and everybody else gets collected up in that incident. So very skillful driving, very good awareness from Nick, and that's kept him in the top 2, as there's quite a few drivers in the pits now. So Nick in the pits. So bizarrely, after all of that, Nick's in the pits. Kamikaze's back in the pits as well. Micah, Daniel in the pits from the lead as well. That means Hoodie Pete is all the way up into the lead. And welcome back, Hayden Gullis, to the top 2 once again. Joey into the top 3 also. So it's all been shuffled around once again. And I have a funny feeling that something has gone wrong as well once again. Is that Hoodie Pete going slow? I'm not sure. Yeah, something. I think they've not been caught by the safety car correctly here. I think that's what's going on. So they are just waiting. Yeah, they should. Nope, they're still not accelerating. What's going on here? Hayden Gullis overtakes for the lead. Overtake behind the safety car. Everything is perfectly fine on the Creator Series tonight, as Hayden Gullis will take the race lead, it appears. But we got cars going round and just making sure that hopefully they can get their laps back. But yeah, what a tremendous incident, and what a very, very good save, I will say, from Nick once again.
So the pit stop cycle's gone through. Hayden Gullis now in control. Hoodie Pete now up to the front for the first time in a little while. Now to second. Daniel Gort now in third. There is Joshimas with possibly the most unsafest place for a sim rig. We say it every time, the most unsafe place to ever put a sim rig.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, well, if you're not awake in the morning, there is a good chance that you'll fall down the stairs straight into your sim rig. Now, that is the best excuse that I could ever come up with for just hopping on for a session before breakfast.
It's a Dolly Parton song, isn't it? Stumble out of bed and tumble into sim rig.
Close enough, as they say. As one thing that I can guarantee you is that he'll be having a lot of fun trying to get the laps back rather than being behind the safety car, that's for sure. I think that's Alex Gillen rejoining the pack as well. So Alex being involved in those wars. Quite a lot of people have laps to go around right now because we didn't necessarily call a caution for all of the various incidents, and we are adding another lap so that people can get their laps back behind the safety car.
Yeah, understandable when you know that Matt 212 still a lap down, Encephalosis down in the pits, Tim Marduk's down 4, and James Early is down 10 at the moment in this one, trying to keep this one going about. So it's very tough to get those laps back. It's what I'd like to call here at this moment, John, the super lucky dog.
Yeah, it's literally the case. I mean, I think I just briefly saw Tim Marduk is still 3 laps down. The unsafety Clio is 4 laps down. This is completely unacceptable. So yeah, it's very, very lucky. But then again, some of the drivers that were caught out in those incidents, and that wasn't necessarily their fault, and so they're just getting a little bit of a second reprieve here. But the good news is again, for content, we get green flag racing at the end of this, and hopefully everybody on the same lap, so they will be still fighting for the race victory, every single one of them.
So, with this one extra lap, I'm listening to Aerotech over the radio saying, I'm just going to pull to the left off of the start and let everyone go. He does not want to race until there are 50 miles of racing left to go. That's his strategy out there at the moment. Buy his ticket, and when he buys his ticket, he will then look to push for the race win. I think that's a really good call by Aerotech.
It's a different interpretation of Drive to Survive, isn't it? That's a very good strategy, I'd say. Just keeping yourself out of the conflict. But I will say, Aerotech doesn't seem to have had the ultimate pace, so you've got to sort of rely a little bit on luck at that point. As I can see, look at that, the lights are off, which means we're going to go for green flag racing, as Tim Marduk is already under green flag racing as far as he's concerned.
Well, we're running with fixed weather conditions here at 12:40 in the afternoon, and we are not a million miles away from the completion of this race. They've got maybe one more pit stop from here to go, because we are going to be looking to go on to lap 141 of 200, which will be a nice plump 60 laps to go worth of racing. Hayden Gullis with control of the field once again. Hoodie Pete will be looking to try and hold this one with good course to try and keep this one in position. So now it's about, can you go and get this all into play? So that is what we've got. That was an estimated time to finish that we've got left with 60 laps to go. What a hold-up! Everybody checks. Hayden gets the super launch off of the exit and a huge chain reaction.
Yeah, something interesting going on right now as Hayden, I think, has just got the biggest jump of his life. I think caught everybody napping right there on the restart as Micah just fighting to remain in the lead chase there. 1 second is the gap, and Hoodie Pete as well has got dropped in the same way. So a lot of people getting a huge benefit right there. And look at the background as well. A lot of drivers fighting. Hoodie Pete and Joey battling as well. That's not what they need to do at the moment. They need to work together. Micah might just get a reprieve here as he's just got the slipstream from Hayden Gullis in front. And that means that we may still have a battle for the lead. Good stuff.
Yeah, so that's well worked with the slipstream. Micah Mixer and Daniel Gore recognising it. Hoodie Pete back there in 4th position, having to work with Joey Latresciano. They've got to get going quickly to get themselves in line with the likes of Aidan Pole and Lamp there, Kamikaze, El Zindriani. They've all got to work to try and get in lane, but the super hold-up from Hayden Gullis suddenly gets the launch, and Micah Mixer now moving to the inside, takes the race lead for the first time.
Lots of different people leading this race. Micah's been a little bit in the wars, but has had that pace and is now demonstrating it as, Hayden, I think, just relinquishing the lead, just trying to stay with the lead pack, recognising the opportunity this is. Although he's got 20 laps on his current stint, so he's significantly underfueled compared to the rest. That should mean that he's got the race pace to pull away into the distance or to at least keep the race fight going. But the strategy isn't there at the moment. He's got maybe one pit stop, definitely one pit stop, but maybe even 2 pit stops at this stage still.
Well, I would keep an eye on 2 drivers in this field who are making progress, and they go by the names of Brendan Hyperstar and Ryan L83, because they are moving up, looking for that top 10 and slowly trying to work themselves into track position, which they've been able to get back again. But at the front, it's all about this. Gullis getting a good run, then to try and launch through against Micah Mixer and manages it. Gore can only wait. And Latresciano, it's Gullis versus 3 of the Creator community.
It's also Wild Lamp in 5th place as well, looking to light up the timing boards. And they're the first driver that's been regularly fighting at the front, that's getting back into this this battle. And indeed, Micah right all the way to the inside and taking the lead away from Hayden Gullis once again. But Daniel just staying put a little bit like El Tacovan did. And I think that's the correct strategy to do at this stage, as Brendan Hyperstar up to P9 at the moment, Kamikaze P7. So it looks like Ryan is not following with the same speed at the moment. That could be decisive if it's all down to race pace at the end. Look at the closing speed.
Well, this is where the setup will come into play. He will feel like he's got the car working under this load, knowing that how much rubber's been put down on the circuit. That is where he's good. Hoodie Pete's not got much, and so that will be Brendan Hyperstar scything away through up into 8th, and knowing that the lead group is what's next with Kamikaze and Aidan Pole. He's going to have to work hard to stay with that pack as he looks to go through that gap. 1.3 seconds as they again look to change at the front, and it looks like Micah Dunn then will look, Micah Mixer will look to try and make things happen. Latresciano has to fall into line, and they've got to behave in this front group. That's very wide and deep. That's a tag at a wall from Micah Mixer. Avoids everyone.
So lucky to avoid everyone, but still over the grass. I'm not exactly sure what's going on there as he drops down even more positions. I think there might be more damage and maybe some steering damage, as it looks like he's completely... has he made it back out on track? I think he has. So he's still in the standings, P11, but definitely a lot going on as Joey into the lead, still battling with Hayden though, as Daniel and Lamp look to work their way into this one at the front. So a lot going on, too wide for both of the top 4 fights at the moment, and it looks like Hayden Gullis fancies his chance at the top still with 24 laps on his stint. Joey also 19 laps. So the battle at the moment in terms of strategy is between Daniel and Lamp, actually, with the front 2 being significantly underfueled compared to them.
Canary in the coal mine, Brendan Hyperstar's joined the back of the group with Aidan Pole. now, so they are there, and this is Aiden Paul. Look at the amount of banking as you work yourself through turn 4 and back onto the front stretch. This gyro cam really sells it, actually, how much there is to go, and some power moves up front, because that is going to be Daniel Gore looking to try and get up to the front, and has managed it.
This might be decisive as well. Can he get away from Lamp? Can he get away from the other drivers as well who have been battling? Looks like Hayden Gullis will be immediately back up into the race lead. It's just the slipstream is so important around here and so decisive. You have to just work with people, and at this point it's allowing people like Brendan Hyperstar to hopefully get back in the fight. In fact, they're at the back of the pack already now. You can see them right there behind the car of Aiden Pole, the red liveried car that you can see in front of them, Kamikaze. So a lot of heavy hitters in this front pack. As to the inside goes Daniel. That's an aggressive move. Hayden recognises it, stays wide, nearly clouts the wall in recognition, but that will also relinquish maybe the inside to Joey also. So Hayden really being boxed out of that one and nothing he could do.
Well, he's got the train working, and there's a big move by Lamp looking to push it 3 wide, second, third and fourth. Lamp not afraid to make that happen, gets Aero loose through the middle of the corner, and that might drop back to 5th, because Kamikaze now can work around the outside and try and steal that place away, and will manage to just about do so with that, as Nick Pakin has joined the back of this group. 3 wide it will be, 4th, 5th and 6th for the race leader. Look from Lamplate down into turn 1. Daniel Gore just about holds it.
Oh, Hayden Gullis as well, chucking one up the inside into turn 1. That was so aggressive, but they made it work. They're all figuring out how everybody else races. Look at Kamikaze looking to go through for a top 3. Joey, also Hayden, out of the slipstream into the race leads. Now Kamikaze up to P3, so Joey suffering a little bit in the dirty air. But Brendan at the moment, I think, is just very happy, just saving fuel, opening up the strategy for later in the race. Unless there's an incident at the front, there's not much to fight for at the moment. He's got a lot of positions to gain.
Well, it's a case of who can survive. There's a big hit for TK down over at turn number 1, who's bouncing across the barriers there. Jack Fletcher was the driver who had to avoid that with what was going on, but it looks like, because that was at the back, nothing's going to happen of it. But changes are happening in and around the order here, and it is Hayden Gullis still, Daniel Gore, but now Kamikaze, the Norwegian, bringing to the forefront, and Nick Pakin and co, like Aiden Paul and Lamp, they're really going to have to work hard here, because Brendan Hyperstar, as is traditional with i5G's, got a rocket ship.
Yeah, struggling a little bit on pace, and I think just the experience of Brendan Hyperstar really playing into good effect here. Oh, Joey nearly rammed into the back of Kamikaze there. Wow, so close, both of them to the wall was Kamikaze and Joey. They nearly, well, couldn't get away with it, but they just have to be so careful right now, because everybody's got into the mentality of, that's it, we're green flag racing now, and all it takes is one mistake, as we've said, and as the drivers have shown previously. So they got to have a little bit. Was that TK's car on the inside? I think it is. So TK making his way back to the pit lane under his own power, so no need for caution for that. Let's see if we can get a replay of what happens to TK. Just wide into the wall there. Is there a secondary bit to this incident? I think there might be. So Matt 212 on the outside. Matt 212 goes to the inside, clips the wing, and it removes the rear right tyre for TK, who goes straight into the wall. So that's so unfortunate. Matt trying to get the slipstream and go to the inside, and it was a misjudgment right there.
That's called leaving it too late. Wing gets discarded there, I think, from Ryan L83 there for a moment, going along the straight. So having a big bash up against the wall, but I think has got away with one. But this is where the front of the field gets interesting. It's who blinks first right now at 48 laps to go, and everybody now trying to find a line. Daniel Gore will be happy to move back to the front. Hayden Gullis will let that one go and say, I'm not really going to do anything. I don't have to do anything. I'm just keeping position near the front of the field, and that's sometimes what you need to do later on. Like Aiden Pole is now starting to drop, and this is the key. If you lose contact, you're in trouble. With Hoodie Pete side by side, Ryan L83 and Basic Ollie watch on 3 wide, as now Hayden Gullis gets the trade.
Somebody like Brendan Hyperstar to pull you back up. Oh, that's a car in the wall. Who is that? That's Basic Ollie in the wall, and that's a huge contact. Hoodie Pete in the wall as well. Unfortunate collision, I think, there with Ryan, perhaps. So many incidents happening, trying to desperately cling on to the lead pace, but it's not worked out for them. Let's see if we can get a replay of what happened to Ryan to the inside. That's Aiden Pole as well. So Ryan crowds out Aiden Pole now to the inside, and I think they just lost it by themselves as far as I can see.
Yeah, just got loose, had a tiny tap, and that's all it takes. And then Hoodie Pete was a case of he did get a turn from Ryan L83, and that very much holds the weight of the world to it. So there's the first part, the tiny tap, takes it off of Aiden Pole, no harm, no foul. Second one, though, you're late into the corner there if you are Ryan L83 there, and Hoodie Pete would have every reason to feel upset about that.
Yeah, that's the second time that an incident like that has happened with Ryan. I think just trying to take too much of the track for himself. And yeah, I think we've had a pit from Hayden Gullis, or no, he's been driving slowly apparently according to our timing screen, so something has happened. But I can see him just ahead of the lead pack there.
Yeah, he's pitted.
He has pitted, there you go. Didn't appear on our timing screens for a while, but now it has updated. He has pitted, so that throws a spanner into the works. But as far as I can see, he's short of one pit stop.
I also see short of one pit stop. You're going to need a lot of safety cars to get that home on fuel. So Hayden here is going to need a lot of help from this point, and it's going to be this group saying, well, again, who blinks first? At 44 to go, you count back to one pit stop, and do you have enough? The moment you have enough at the Indy 500, that's when you can go full bore.
Joey's in trouble here. 29 laps on this stint, pushing the limits of the fuel. He's going to have to pit this lap or the next. But he's in the fight for the lead. You can see him third place there, just behind the wing of Daniel in the green liveried car. And I just don't see how they can carry on the stint. Will we see him into the pits? No, he goes around for one more. But that is lap 30 on this stint, and there's not going to be much left in the tank. That's for sure. Kamikaze in the lead for the moment, with Daniel trailing just behind. So it's still that lead pack. You can see we're on board with Ryan L83 in 7th place. They're all in the slipstream. All of them could get the lead. What have you seen, Jake?
Joey Latresciano almost turned Brendan Hyperstar across his nose through turn 2. Very lucky lads to keep themselves both in this race. Latresciano loses out to Nick Pakin now through turn 3 as Ryan L83 sees that directly in front of him at the moment, with just Lamp as the one car in front of that. They will stay out another lap, but for the moment, this is where it's getting concerning. Drivers have to hold themselves steady and say they've still got something left in this. This has been a tough run. 16 cars still within 6.7 seconds of the race lead, still with a chance of making something happening at the end of this race here in Indiana.
In your opinion, Jake, what is the most IKEA-themed car of today? Alex Gillen's IKEA livery or Lamp?
How about IKEA livery,
side by side.
Alex Gillen, woo, Nick Bacon, and having a huge bit of a tap with Joey Latresciano going through turn 3. They hold themselves together. I think it's when Lamp and Alex Gillen come together. That's the most IKEA one because it's disassembled.
That isn't in the script. Let me take a look. I must have been given a different script here. As we've got Joey still going around.
Oh, Joey!
Well, they're not going around anymore.
Oh, and he's going to catch more with that going through. Oh, and it's continued. Micah Dern, this has to be a safety car. Punju's in the catch fence. They're going through at 41 laps to go, and it is thrown. So that will bring the field together. And this is a stick or twist moment now, John, because do you go in, get the fuel and hope you can manage, or do you stay out and hope for one more safety car? This will be safety car number 14 of the day, and so we are encroaching in on the record, and we're right at the crunch time at the end of this race.
We are equaled with the record right now at 14. My opinion, I mean, I'm not being an expert at oval racing by any means, but my opinion, just based on fuel strategies for any other race, you've got to pit while under caution to save yourself the refueling, because then you can just short fuel on the last pit stop and you lose less time. So maybe sacrifice track position, but then again, what happens at the restart? You don't know at that point. So let's have a look. Yeah, I think he just lost it by himself. I don't see any tap happening there. Oh, Punju, though, coming into contact with that. Is that El Zindriani, sadly?
It was El Zindriani who was caught up in the middle of that, but she's been able to keep that one going. We'll take another look. So this is the view. So there's one, there's two. Oh!
Oy, 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 oy. I mean, like, it was a split-second decision, but there was not really a correct answer there. You couldn't predict that the car was going to drift up wide. So I think if that was Punju's perspective, he just tried to go to the outside to try and avoid it, and then the car just went up into his path.
Right, here's your stick or twist moment as they head through 4. Who's going to make the call to dive down into the pits? And as they run behind the unsafety Clio,
nobody's going to make
in comes Kamikaze, and practically Aiden Pole is the one who will stay out. Everybody else jumps in. Staying out as well is Hayden Gullis, who did make the stop, and I think critically in all of this, Killer Clio, I think, may have decided to stay out and get track position. Yes, she has, so she'll be second as they go with 39 laps to go. So this is what Hayden Gullis needs, but I look at Killer Clio and Aiden Pole, they're trying to go for one extra stint on the stops because they know they're in crunch time.
For Aiden Pole, that doesn't make sense. They're on lap 30 of their stint. They must be running completely dry of fuel. Killer Clio's got 24 laps on their stint, so about 6 or 7 laps at a push to go. So, I mean, staying out in front in anticipation of maybe another caution is a strategy, but they might have... Aiden Pole definitely has to pit. For everyone else, they were on 23 laps on their current stint, so they wouldn't have made it to the end anyway. So it was an easy decision, as you saw, to just dive into the pits, get some more fuel, maybe change the tyres as well. That way, at least in terms of tyres, you're probably okay to the end of the race.
Well, can you manage it from this point on to the end? This has been a long haul of a race. They have driven for over 160 minutes soon as it goes through, as that will be a case of really tough battling that they still have to do. But this is what you race for. You race for the opportunity to get this at the end, and there's not much more that you can do except put yourself in play. We have lost out of this race. Alexander Tofton-Scarrett, Infratic, Rampube, Jorik van Geffen, and Cephalosis at 26 laps down. TK at 9 down. Hoodie Pete still stuck in at 7 laps down, and then everybody else is trying to get back on the leading lap as quickly as they possibly can. But I would say at this point, with this final stage of racing to go through, you know, John, this is gloves off and knuckle dusters on. If you were getting your elbows out in the first to the mid part of this race, you absolutely have to get the elbows out and jostle for position as if you are out there and saying, what more can I do?
Yeah, just taking a look at the strategies once again, still the top 3 strategy doesn't make sense to me. They're going to be short on fuel. But you have to kind of jockey for position and just be aggressive with people and just hope that they are less aggressive than you, really. Because you can make up maybe 1 or 2 positions if you're lucky per lap, and that's really if you're very lucky. So for the drivers that are maybe sitting P10 right now, they need to get a move on, and that's without being re-overtaken with the slipstream. So there's really a decisive victory to be had in playing it maybe semi-cautiously, but also just being strategic about it. There's also that pit stop. They've still got to probably take 1 more pit stop, and it's going to be either in the dying laps of the race or maybe midway between, so maybe 20 laps from now. That's where you can make or break your race, depending on whether you get clean air or whether you get held up by anybody.
The interesting character I want to just point out, as we'll get 1 more lap before we go back to green flag running, is the number 23 of Joshima's, who has been involved in almost every single incident so far today, but somehow finds himself in P5.
Somehow Palpatine returned, but yes, indeed, Joshima's... it's the staircase bringing him luck there. The special secret right there. But, you know, you just have to be in the right place at the right time. We've seen so many of the real-life Indy 500s resolved via a late caution being thrown out, which throws the strategy up. It remains to be seen whether everybody can go to the end or has to lift and coast. Maybe some drivers pitting and taking an extra second or so compared to others. So perhaps they think that they can make it to the end and just lift ever so slightly every single corner, and maybe that might be enough. This is about crunch time. We'll have to wait and see. We have no definitive answer of knowing whether they can or not.
They'll be in strat mode 11 here with the fuel, and there will be a lot to deal with in the final stages of this race. This is not a case of can you go and make this happen. They know they've just got to drive with all of the heart and determination that they all want to. Killer Cleo, remember, had a lap on the field at one point by mistake, got mistaken for the unsafety Cleo that's been out there and has been running about with reckless abandon, so to speak. There is Scotty Designs, by the way, who's been piloting that for us then and getting that Renault Clio. I think it even might be his out there. It might be his just local runaround up there in Scotland. So as he goes by, James Early goes by, Aidan Pole will have control. That is a car that is demolished, so good job. Engine's gone. No one's coming into the pits off the start, least alone there, the unsafety car, as we're going to get ourselves back to racing action once again. The green flag drops, and we are underway once again here from Indianapolis.
Good restart from Aidan Pole. Kamikaze, though, getting the inside line, I think, or the outside, actually. And Hayden Gullis got past as well, so Aidan Pole not really judging the race restart. And I think he's just short on fuel. He's having to lift and coast, or something is wrong with our timing screen, perhaps. But he's dropping down the pack like, well, a lead brick at this point.
Yeah, this isn't great here for Aidan Pole, so he's going to be in the wrong place, and he's got to try and find a clear bit of air to jump in for the pits if he's gone and got this wrong. So he is really on the fuel save here at the moment. So now it's going to be a case of where you go, and it's getting busy here at the back. It's a huge one at the back. Nick Pakin's in it, and the likes of those. They're all going to have to try and get through. Surely that's a safety car. Big one.
Many cars. As far as I can see, it was a collision between B-Roy and Ryan that started that one. Just vying again for the same bit of tarmac, and we'll have to get a replay to figure out exactly what went on. But in the chaos of restart, driving lines were crossing, so let's see. Oh, Ryan just... I'm not sure if it was Ryan moving over, but basically the wheels interlocked and that was it, and it's getting collected from behind. El Zintriani doing very well to avoid that one. Tim Marduk just braking, praying he doesn't get collected. He avoids that somehow at the slowest of speeds, but there you can see all of the debris. And yeah, that is a lot of cars, sadly. I think Joshuma's got away with it as well, so Joshuma's up to P3 right there.
Yeah, so Gullis, Kamikaze, and the likes then are all in position. And I'm sure they will look around and say, that is exactly what we want. Brendan Hyperstar will be happy. Up to 4th. Daniel Gore in 5th has been quick on the restarts. Lamp in 6th. Aidan Pole down to 7th through all of that. And then Alex Gillen in P number 8. So that is where they sit at the moment. And this is a case of, for Hayden Gullis, I'll tick more laps off. And he will be staring at that fuel gauge going, as many laps at strat mode 11 is going to be working, and that is the slowest level that you've got. That is where you're in maximum fuel save mode. And John, it is all about that fuel save.
Right now it is. They're getting close to anybody pitting now could get to the end at a push. So we might see some drivers peel off into the pits to take on just a tiny bit of extra fuel to guarantee them until the race end. We may see another caution, so it's all about just sticking to your gut feeling at this point and just going with it. I'd like to say also we're up to our 3rd Renault Clio of this race. We've had 2 of them been completely destroyed, so the 3rd Renault Clio is out there and looking better than ever right now. Very shiny, as they will be hounded into the pits by the safety
pits.
Yeah.
Gullis pits. That's a big call. And so too will Daniel Gore, who can't make it to the end. Killer Cleo will come in and pit. Aerotech, no shots from the back. Sparks, no shots from the back. Tiamat Marduk, no shots from the back, because it gives you the chance. Fresh set of tyres. you can go and attack on the stint. So 33 laps to go. From nearer the back of the field, you've got nothing to lose.
Was the first of the drivers that had no choice. All of the drivers pitting right now were those that were on at least 12 laps of stint. That was Hayden's stint. Everyone else having a bit more laps on their stints. And with 12 laps, by my calculations, even with fuel saving, you're looking very marginal. So you just get overtaken left, right and centre. So they had to come into the pits. Whether that will cost them in the end or not, who knows? Everyone out right now is still incredibly marginal. Most of them having 6 laps on their stint with 33 to go. That leaves them, I'd say, maybe 4 laps short in terms of fuel. That's a lot of saving that you have to do under green flag racing unless we have another caution.
And Brendan Hyperstar in the prime position of third has been biding his time and waiting to get to the front late. And that's been the key. B-Roy now becomes one of the latest out of this one. Joey Latresciano down in the pits at 6 laps away. So those incidents, those spare cars, 6 of them that they've had, going through all of them still at this point, and we are down to what is currently 19 on the lead lap, but that will hopefully jump up and be a little bit more out there. So we'll keep an eye on it as they go and try and figure themselves out as it continues. Pits. And now
Kamikaze. Oh no,
Kamikaze thinks about it and has a very nice dummy throw. Why not?
Why not? He had me completely stumped. He's a very sly fellow when it comes to that, and yeah, he's not messing around today. I think it does describe the mood a little bit, though. Everybody knows in the back of their minds that they need to stop, but it's just a question of baiting somebody into doing it first to give them a little bit of an idea whether it's a good idea to box early or to stay out. For Kamikaze, Joshima's, Brendan Hyperstar, all the way down to maybe Matt's 212. It's a good idea to try and keep track position. You really want to be in the top 5 fighting on those last couple of laps.
So, this is where the field is set. And now it's a case of who can manage themselves to the end. I would look out and say that Kamikaze, who has driven this championship so well, has been so aggressive, has himself with control. Joshima's now wants to prove himself here today. Brendan Hyperstar is the favourite. Lamp has been really good at making big late throws down through, and Aidan Pole is now in 5th position, having made that stop. You've got the likes of Alex Gillen, who's been quietly working himself back to place. Matt 212 and Basic Ollie, who has been wrong place, wrong time for a lot of this race. Can Ollie find a way up, or maybe even El Zindriani, or the first of your creator community, Jack Fletcher? This is going to be a case of where can you find opportunity now. Kamikaze will have control and immediately gets the launch. Green flag goes, and we're back underway for what is lap 170. 31 laps to go at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Joshima's a little bit slow on the restart, and that means that Brendan Hyperstar has got a little bit of a jump over Aidan Pole as well. So a little bit of timing things going on with Aidan Pole. He's apparently 38 laps into a stint, which I don't think is possible. So Aidan Pole, I'm going to guess, is on the same fuel as everyone else. He certainly looks to be back up to speed as Kamikaze still maintains that lead position at the moment. Is that Alex Gibbon P6? Yes, it is. Incredible stuff. I didn't notice that. As into the pits goes Aidan Pole. It is finally time to put in some more fuel.
Yeah, and that's going to put him almost a lap down, but it will confirm him good for the end of the race. So he's hoping for one more caution to get himself back into control and work himself back forward. So Kamikaze, Joshima's, Brendan Hyperstar, Lamp and Alex Gillen, your top 5. Gaps now starting to show, and everybody single file and having to work because they know they're in crunch time at the end of this race. The gap opens up at El Zindriani and with the likes of Daniel Gore moving through and gaining a place. So you've got to catch the train.
Yeah, it's so important to maintain the slipstream. You're just saving fuel, if anything, at this point, but you'll have the pace to do it. And if you're fighting like Daniel is with El Zindriani at this point, you can't really do anything about it. And the problem is the gap at the front. Kamikaze is turning a fast rate of knots at the moment, although Joshima's made a little bit of a mistake there, losing a tenth of a second. And you can see the influence that has. He's dragging everybody along with him. And at the moment, everybody's fine sitting behind Joshima's, just as long as they maintain track position. And you can see the lift from Brendan Hyperstar into that corner. He's playing it smart. He may be the dark horse for this one. Most certainly is actually the dark horse for this one.
Punju and the likes of Tiamat Marduk have a tap coming out of turn 4. They keep themselves okay for the moment. Micah Dern out of this race now officially, but the group currently coalesces at 8 with Jack Fletcher, then Daniel Gore jumping on to be mighty number 9 out there as they go. 28 laps here, and this is just sitting down because they know they're in a fuel save run at this point in time. No one wants to push the boat out until they are secure on their number.
Apart from Alex Gillen, who will push if he's in danger of being overtaken. So they're all just being patient. Basic Ollie still in the hunt. Matt 212's got himself back in the mix. We're on board with Basic Ollie right now. Oh, he thought about it, but there you see the lift. Just in the last couple of tenths of a second of a straight, you just lift off the throttle, let it coast into the corner. Easier on the tyres, easier on the fuel. It's just doing everything to put that favour into your own hands on those last 2 or 3 laps, where you can then push flat out and hope that the other drivers can't. And that can mean the difference between finishing P1 or P5, P6 at the end of the race. Basic Ollie getting onto the curve on the inside, and that was nearly very twitchy into the wall, but he managed to save it. Very good. He was flouting the wall on the exit of turn 4 as well, as he got Joshima's into the lead.
Wow, feels he's good enough to go to the front and push the pace. Brendan Hyperstar will try and follow on through. Kamikaze's having none of it on the outside, works his way to 2. Now does the Norwegian to try and get himself around and manages it. And suddenly it's a case of, where do I want to be? I'll take the moment now to sit and wait and be considerate behind in second position. Joshima's now is left out in front to do some of the donkey work.
And Hyperstar still, I think, saving fuel. Kamikaze probably recognising that he should be doing the same. Joshima's really has just been consistent, and when he hasn't been involved in issues, he's had a turn of pace. Kamikaze to the inside, will he think about it seriously? Probably not. Lamp going for a potential overtake on Brendan Hyperstar, which may work out because Brendan's kind of boxed in by Kamikaze at the moment when the turn ends out. You can see right there. But they will have the slipstream. It's all about that, and Lamp, as much as he might try, he just doesn't have that slipstream outside on the inside there. Kamikaze going to the inside defending. That leaves Lamp actually to go through on the inside, but hasn't got the momentum. Brendan Hyperstar, collision in the background. That is Tiamat
That's
Marduk
huge.
and Daniel as well, as far as I can see.
Yeah, that's a massive hit, and the yellow comes out because 6 or 7 different cars have been caught up in it, and that is massive. Hayden Gullis is one of them who was caught up. He caught the end of it, and it all started with Tiamat Marduk out there, and it just continued on. Daniel Gore, who had run so good in the race, getting caught up behind it. It will be another one that you bring back out then for safety cars, and it will put us over the record. There's the tag up over the top, and then everybody else just into the meat grinder essentially. Wow. Well. We take a look here. And it's Tiamat Marduk running up. Not much you can say about that. He just couldn't hold the line on the bottom. And then everybody... there's even one riding the catch fence there, taking our cameraman out there in that position. So really tough for those to all try and get through. So you got Aiden, I look around, I see Micah Mixer, Hayden Gullis, Sparks was in there as well, who was caught up in it. So that tells you all you need to know about how difficult that was. We'll take another look, aerial perspective. Tiamat Marduk, washes out down low, hits the tap, and then look at it. It's a case of, where do you go? The incident is everywhere on circuit, and everyone's trying to find an angle to go around, and that is the hit. So now, who's making calls into the pit? I look around, I see Punju in the pits looking to try and get tyres, And behind that as well, looking to make that launch, James Early, who's back on the leading lap after being 14 laps down at one point. And Els Indriani also down into the pits. So we've got some big takers then looking to make something happen. Laps being ticked off at the front because your new leader is Joshimus with Kamikaze, Brendan Hyperstar and Lamp in 4th position. John, Lamp doing very well for an inanimate object.
Yes, indeed, very stoic, I think, in terms of presentation of this race so far for Lamp. But the question remains on strategy. I mean, looking at the front, everybody's still on the same sort of stint, 16 laps. Joshua was actually in a little bit of a worse position than everyone else. But Ryan L83 and Nick Pekin might have an advantage here. They're only on 12 laps. So if they don't have to pit, which is possible at this stage with this caution, then that might throw a spanner in the works for the top cars, as Ryan can just keep pushing, and so can Nick.
Well, here's the next question. If it gets right down to it and you've only got a couple laps, which position do you want to be coming onto the final lap here? John, do you want to be 1st, 2nd or 3rd?
Onto the final lap, you want to be in the top 2. And then it all comes down to race tactics. Generally, it's considered going into the last lap in 1st place is where you want to be, because you can hold the inside to a certain degree and hope that nobody gets the overspeed on you. But if somebody gets a huge slipstream from P3, it is possible, and we have seen it before. I think it was Takuma Sato a few years ago. They had huge overspeed on the last lap and just picking off the positions one after the other. So it's very, very possible. And late incidents as well, due to that overspeed, due to that extra commitment, can happen. So you want to keep yourself out of trouble after all. It's like the same thing for 200 laps. But at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is being in front when you cross that finish line for the last time.
So here's the next question. It's who's managed to put themselves into position to try and make it happen. There are only 5 drivers who started outside the top 10 who are in the top 10. Joshimus, Lamp, Alex Gillen, Matt 212 and Jack Fletcher. So now it's a case more of, if you're outside that top 5, how do you break in?
Well, just clever driving, I think. There's been a lot of times where the top 5 has been really fighting for position and not necessarily doing the best to defend. So there can be a chance for you to just sneak up the inside or around the outside. And yeah, there's a lot of opportunities there, but you've got to seize them. And as you can see, the 2 cars in the background, they're just able to rejoin. I think that is on the lead lap now. But yeah, as we get ready to go racing once again with another restart.
Yep, how do you like your gambling? Because it is 21 laps to go. When we get back to running, it will be lap 180 out of 200 with Joshimus for the first time controlling the field and waiting for that launch to get this sorted. Gets a good jump after the 15th caution, which would have been a record in the real world. Not a great start there by Alex Gillen in 5th position. It allows forward the front 4. Lamp all over the back of Brendan Hyperstar, who he himself thinks about how I attack Kamikaze. And Kamikaze now will take a big run out of turn 2 to try and get by Joshimus. He's saving, Brendan's not.
Yeah, Brendan's going for it. I think he senses that he's got to make something work. Oh, look at Lamp! Lamp on the grass. He saved it. Incredible save. He's had to check up the speed, though. That will give a little bit of a gap. Oh, tagged by Basic Ollie and Matt 212 there. Just the wheels getting tagged. I think that was Basic Ollie spinning round. He's recovered it. Has Matt recovered
safe.
it?
Somehow, no safety car gets called because that's safe. They kept it down on the bottom. It didn't divulge into something bigger, so we continue on. Very unlucky for Basic Ollie. Story of his day. Wrong place, wrong time. But as it goes, Joshimus in control. Brendan Hyperstar in the catbird seat in 2nd. Kamikaze and Lamp are all there and trying to work themselves into play. And I go all the way back to Ryan L83. Then holding this one still very close and keeping this one together. There's a tag for Kamikaze through 4. That will drop back to 5th.
Oh, again, just getting lucky, keeping it out of the barriers. We'll say great driving. Once again from Kamikaze to save that lamp to the inside, going for P3, going for the lead, all the way up into the lead. That's how quick it can happen. Joshua's maybe just saving a little bit of fuel, and that's allowed Lamp to get all the way up. The Kamikaze has pulled through as well, forcing out Brendan Hyperstar. And now it's a case of what do? Just want to go back on that.
Look at the traffic.
Yeah, it's that Brendan Ollie, basic Ollie, sorry. It might be indeed as Lamp gets away with that one. And yeah, Kamikaze profiting from that. Joshua's getting just crowded out, and he might have to relinquish even more positions right now.
Oh, this is tough. This is really tough racing that you've got at the front. Lamp leads and weaving about, trying to break that toe. It's not what you'd say. You normally only allow one move, but he's going to take every trick in the book. Basic Ollie's going to drive by everybody here with superior tyre grip at the moment, and it's about management here at 18 laps to go. You sit down with the likes of Alex Gillen, for example. Great progress being made by Nick Pakin right now to try and get through, and Kamikaze to the outside. Lamp not letting this one go though, and the front two tangle together and take each other out of contention. Bang! It's a big hit into the side. It completely wrecks itself, and the caution comes out. A massive moment at the front of this field.
Yeah, we got multiple cars involved. Mika involved. I think that's Elton Driani involved as well. Jack Fletcher. Matt 212, I think, has avoided it. But yeah, so many cars in the wars. And that is your 16th caution, putting us clear on the record, to put it that way. I do not think Kamikaze is very happy with that one, as I don't think that is under the pit limiter, as they say.
No.
So let's have a look.
So we take a look at this. Kamikaze and Lamp are two drivers who just do not give it up with each other. And Kamikaze there, Lamp defends it on the inside. Kamikaze rightfully goes to the outside, but here's the issue. You work around the outside, you try and give each other enough room. Kamikaze is pinching, and it's very difficult. He comes back up, catches Jack Fletcher, and then back up the circuit, there's more. That is absolutely a caution with the way that it comes back onto circuit, creates a smoke screen. And at Sweet 16, in terms of cautions, you're now starting to think, well, Basic Ollie might be the luckiest driver of the lot, because Basic Ollie will take the lead lap back again and will try and find a way through. You can see Lamp here, down low, trying to go through, middle, low, middle. It's tough. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Yeah, there's not really anything that was like really wrong about that. Just going for the same bit of tarmac, and that's you know, not something you can do at these speeds. So Kamikaze will come back out, and they'll be hoping to get back into the fight, but it's going to be difficult now with 16 to go. It all comes down to strategy. Who will pit? I'm not seeing anybody pit, but some people are getting quite close to being in the danger zone. I mean, I'm seeing Joshua's and Brendan Hyperstar on 24 and 23 laps of this current stint. So they're going long. They're going for track position. I want to say at this stage, that's the correct thing. Keep yourself out of trouble. But they're going to have to lift and coast, and that's when you can get swarmed, and that's when your strategy of being cautious can actually turn into a dangerous strategy. So we're going to have to wait and see. Ryan, probably one of the biggest gainers here, as well as Nick Pickett as well.
Joshua's was on the radio going, why is there a distinct lack of people going left into the pits? And then the response back was, we're good.
That's ominous. If you're Joshua's and if you're Brendan Hyperstar, that's not the message you want to hear right now. You want to hear they're struggling for fuel, they're just waiting for you to pit as well. But if our stints are correct, the drivers in trouble might be, I think, Ryan and Nick in P3 and P4 are okay. Joshua's, Brendan Hyperstar, and Alex Gillen are going to be marginal. So that is, and everyone behind them is well, like in the clear in terms of fuel. We've got Aerotech on 8 laps and Daniel on 9 laps for context, and that's the worst it gets behind them. So they have a lot of fuel to go to the end. They can just mash that accelerator pedal and it won't matter.
But here's something as well to keep in mind, John. If a caution comes out between 4 and 2 laps to go in this race will end under safety car.
Well, yeah. You know, it's part of racing. It can happen. It has happened before. There's none of the sort of NASCAR where you have to add laps to the racing. This is a mile race, so it's to a set distance, and that's how it ends. And it's all about the strategy. So we'll have to wait and see as we're getting indications and reports that the safety car is in this lap, and you can see that from the lights not flashing anymore.
They've got 35 minutes to conduct 15 laps, otherwise it finishes on time. So they've got to make sure that they're getting these laps in, and it's 1:45 a lap as they go around under safety car conditions, under pacing conditions out here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. If they take too long here in the Hoosier State, and it may just flick over towards time, so they can't afford to be too liberal and have this be one where it goes caution, 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 and we are done in terms of action. Cars that have made huge jumps. Ryan L83 now up into 4th position. Aerotech now up to 6th. James Early from 13 laps down is 7th at the moment. Are they going to have some legendary tales to have late on here? The unsafety Clio is going to make its way to the pits. That's soon going to be followed by the safety car there, the iRacing sedan pace car, which is there and trying to hold itself steady. Can you do what you do so well? Joshima's with the launch, and we're back to green flag running at the Brickyard.
Indeed we are, and here we go. Joshua's getting a great start. Actually, it's Nick Pakin that's been completely caught off guard as well. Ryan L83 getting an awesome restart. Alex not really managing, with James Early also losing out. Aerotech, all that we said, Aerotech just keeping himself in the mix. It's actually working out now, and you can see him just behind Alex Gillen there in the purple liveried car as Brendan Hyperstar goes for the lead. So Joshua's relinquishing that lead, possibly realizing that the fuel situation is maybe a bit more critical. Ryan L83 looks in the hunt for this one though. Look at that aggressive stance. Look at the aggressive turning in. He is confident. Will the top two be able to keep them behind? We'll have to wait and see.
Well, Brendan, of course, won last time out at Las Vegas. He wants to go ovals. Completed it, mate, as he wants to try and make it work. But Joshima's getting that run back, but look at how strong the draft is along the back stretch. They are running over 223 kilometers an hour with that toe. 5 miles an hour is the difference, sorry. So 223 miles an hour on that run. That's big. Now here comes Ryan L83, and he says, right, it's sights locked. Let's get locked in for the final 12 laps, and look at them trying to break. Brendan's desperate to get some side-by-side. He'll give anybody some toe.
Nick Pakin's about to make a 3-wide contact there. Joshua's just getting sent nearly into the wall. Recovery, what a recovery. Impressive stuff. 10 out of 10 for that. Alex Gillen looks to profit from it though. Looks like he can't do it at the moment. Meanwhile, Ryan trying to get the overturn. We've got a car off in the background. Is that Kamikaze having some issue? I don't think it is, but it was around that time.
Oh, they've got to get in line. Look at them, they've got to get in line. The more that they're going to scrap like that, the more they're going to allow Brendan Hyperstar to build that gap. They can't afford it at 0.4 of a second. They've got to get in line.
Yeah, they've got to work together, as you say, and I think it's just a case of drivers trying to be selfish here, but they're not realising the big picture is that Brendan Hyperstar has the pace to do this on pure pace alone, so they've got to find something else. Alex Gillen being aggressive, trying to get Joshua's to go out wide. It did work, but the overspeed is not there for Alex Gillen, and you can still see the fighting, the infighting, as once again, here goes Nick Pakin for the lead. And that will be a clean pass. Brendan not really fighting it, so possibly maybe the fuel becoming a factor here for Brendan Hyperstar. There's still 11 to go. Everything could be still in the mix.
Well, they are trying to count. In the wall goes Joshiman, and everyone has to abandon around. There goes through Alex Gillen. There will go through Daniel Gore, who's only used one fast repair all day. Back to the front goes Brendan Hyperstar. It's about timing it as much as anything else. Joshima's now back to 6th position, and he must be having sweat but beading at every part of his VR.
Yeah, you can see the tension in his face a little bit. I think he's maybe broken something because that gap is just increasing right now to 0.5 of a second. Nick still in the lead, but Ryan challenging Brendan Hyperstar now, so it could get very, very dicey into the last laps of this race. There's so much to see. More tagging of the wall. You can see the dust getting just picked up there on the outside as Brendan Hyperstar decides that he wants to go at the front once again. He obviously thinks he's good on fuel. By our calculations, he isn't, but his spreadsheet must say different.
Well, he's got 9 laps to make it happen. He was clear at the line by 0.03 of a second. Aiden Paul, big one in the back. A big instant in the back. They weave about. We stay green. No, we don't. Caution comes out.
Yeah, quite a few drivers involved in that one. Didn't really see who calls that, but yeah, most of the like lower midfield got taken out in that one. Just seemed like 2 drivers coming together, but that is a big break for Brendan Hyperstar. And I will say, well, he stays out for the moment, so obviously deciding that he is good to go, but that does give them a reprieve in terms of the fuel. They can go an extra 2 or 3 laps because they're not burning the fuel. They can turn the modes down on the strategy and on the fuel dial, and they should be okay. So let's see what happens here.
It's going to start with Tiamat Marduk in front, and Aiden Pohl here is going to have himself a roller coaster of a ride in through the run between turns 1 and 2. So Tiamat Marduk takes the tap, bang, car in the wall there, and he just catches the rear and bang, into the catch fence and the safer barrier he climbs on top of, and that is how quickly it goes wrong. With not long left to go, I don't know how this one's going to play out here. This is going to be about who wants it more, and so as they play for it, there's the contact, and then bang, up and over, a kickflip of all kickflips.
So unfortunate, just clipping it by a few millimeters, I think, but that's enough for the grippy tire to latch onto the other one and just send you flying, and then you're a passenger. So it's very, very difficult, and yeah, we've still got cars that are exiting the pits as far as I can see here. So a lot of stuff still going on. We have to see if anybody decides to go into the pit. Some of the stints looking marginal right now, but nobody deciding to pit. A lot of people throwing dummies though, so they're definitely thinking about it. Hayden Gullis once again throwing a dummy, but he doesn't need to pit, that's for sure.
We're going to take a chance then to have a little chat, I believe, with one of the drivers who is retired from this race, Eli Singh Punju, then finding retirement here today.
Unfortunately,
Eli, it's a tough day for you.
It's a tough one for sure. I mean, I had a shot at coming back on that one for sure. It was we were so close to having an absolute amazing comeback, but unfortunately, we just got caught up in some silly willies. There's nothing I could do to dodge that one. So, c'est la vie. Hey, you know, it's Indy. That's how it goes sometimes. And overall, I had probably the best time I've ever had here in Creator Series. That was so much fun.
Yeah, how much different is it racing against all of the regular drivers on an oval at such high speeds? Obviously, some drivers took a lot of time to get warmed up, but did you feel like they've got the hang of it now?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, definitely some of the more green guys, you could tell they were a little bit more green, but the ones that are experienced, oh my gosh, they are experienced. And it was pretty scary to race against some of those guys who were really, really good. But I mean, overall, I think everyone was putting on the best show. At the end of the day, we're here to race and put on a good show, and that's exactly what's going on. So it's been fun.
Right, how do you see this playing out? We've got a few laps to go. Do you see this being one quick caution and then we're going to be back out there and having like a one-lap shootout? Or do you see this one going to finish to the flag? Or do you see this one finishing under caution? How do you see this playing out?
I don't think it's going to finish under caution. We have 2 green-white checkered attempts, and I don't think we're going to use them. I don't think we're going to use a single one, actually. I think this is the end of it. Right here, whatever they do from the next 5 laps that they're going to have is going to be the race winner or the race loser. And there's one person who I know has the most on the line, and it's Alex Gillen sitting in 4th. He is the only one left on the field right now, I think, that has a shot at iRacing or at Creator Series Triple Crown. So I fully expect him to do everything he possibly can to get himself in the lead in the next 5 laps, and he's got a lot of work to do to get that done.
Yeah, we've certainly seen that. Eli will let you continue on and watch this finale with us. It's not the day he wanted, but ultimately a day in which he was close to finding a finish here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Lights off on top of the safety car. That will give us 5 laps to go when we cross the line. So you turn it around and say it's a 2.5 miler. This race just turned from an Indy 500 to an Indy 12.5.
When you say it like that, that is not a lot of distance to make the critical moves. Brendan Hyperstar arguably in the best spot so far. It looks like he's never been able to, or he's never had to relinquish more like the top spot for more than half a lap. He's just had that utmost confidence, maybe even just the pace to just dictate what happens on track. Can anybody do anything about it? At least a few drivers have a bit more fuel in the tank, that's for sure.
So let's run through some of these drivers. Brendan Hyperstar in control. Nick Pakin is second. Ryan L83 third. Alex Gillen going to try and get Triple Crown status with a win in fourth. Daniel Gore in fifth. Basic Ollie, who has been knocked about all day, is sixth. James Early, 13 laps down, is seventh. It's a case of hold on to your hat, because you've got 5 laps to decide where the Indy 500, the Creator Series Indy 500 goes. Pace car dives down in. Brendan Hyperstar, the favourite with control of the race. Green flag drops and he gets a really good launch.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what he wanted. Meanwhile, behind Alex Gillen, it's chaos. As usual, you've got Basic Ollie and Joshua's going side by side as well. So they've just got to resolve that one as quick as they can. Alex Gillen getting attacked as well by Daniel up the inside. A lovely move as well, but that's put them 5/10 of a second behind, 4/10 of a second behind. As contact in the background, that's Kamikaze out of the race, I think. And I think that might be Hayden Gullis.
Yeah, and that's troubles, and Nick Pakin then gets control. Ryan L83 couldn't quite fall side by side as they fight in the mid-pack now to go with it. Joshy Mers takes a tap as well from Lamp, trying to get back. What a start from Lamp, trying to get close. Has Lamp got anything to go with? 3 wide, try and go 4. Why don't you at the front? It's getting busy up there, and Brendan Hyperstar just pins it down on the bottom and says, I still hold.
He just has an answer for everything. I don't know what they're going to do to force Brendan Hyperstar to relinquish this first position at the moment. Look, they're trying everything. They're going all the way to the apron on the inside, all the way to the grass. Ryan L83 around the outside. Can he hold it? Can he make anything stick? No, he doesn't have the speed. And Alex Gillen, as everybody was saying, working his way up into third place. Basic Ollie also in the mix. Nick Pagan is falling behind right now, but it is chaos right now with 3 to go.
Let chaos reign. Here comes Gillen down low, looking to make the power move to the race lead and gets there. There's going to be troubles there as they go through wide. Into the wall goes Ryan L83. That will take him out of contention. Out of 2 and now onto the backstretch. 2.5 laps left. Gillen's got to try and defend. Boxed in is Basic Ollie. And now they're all starting to gaggle up again. 6-pack challenge.
This is incredible racing. They're just doing everything they can, using all of the strategies. You've got to calculate your speed, your trajectory, if there's any car next to you, or a little bit of a snap from Basic Ollie, just trying to get outside of the dirty air. Brendan Hyperstar again going to the lead, but can Basic Ollie do anything around it? Round the outside he will go. Alex Gillen boxed in as Lamp is getting challenged for 4th place at the moment. That's not where they want to be. They all want to be fighting for first.
Well, really fighting hard they are around the outside. They know they've got half a lap to stay green or it goes official. Gillen goes again.
Yeah, indeed. All of that overspeed around the outside. They're going to try and take it 3 wide through turn 3. Incredible stuff. Gillen tries to shut the door. He gets crowded out a little bit. Insane stuff. They're still 3 wide around turn 4. Yep. And this will carry on to the main straight.
It will, and now Barney will wave, which means this one goes official. And now where do you go? Look at Lamb! Lamb was nowhere, and now's trying to find a way through. 3 wide as they go on the front. Brendan Hyperstar down low. Middle for Basic Ollie. On the top is Alex Gillen, and Basic Ollie now trying to get the launch. Brendan's been fighting so resolutely on that low line. Oh, is there clearance? No, there's not. Alex Gillen's got nowhere to go. Lamb's going to get the run now. Threads the needle down the middle. Here comes Lamb, and Brendan Hyperstar still is down on the bottom and holding through 3. Now moving towards 4. Alex Gillen fades, but Brendan Hyperstar, it's all about drive now, and it's going to be clearance, and surely what he needed. Oh, Brendan, a masterclass from the front. What a 500, and the favourite takes it all.
Incredible strategy. He just put all of the cards on the table and say, everything that you have, I have an answer for. And just everything that was thrown against him in the last 5 laps, it did not matter. Look how cool, calm, confident. He's just chatting as if it was a casual evening drive for him. But what a race, what a strategy masterclass, and what a performance under pressure. Lamp came oh so close, less than a tenth of a second, but it wasn't enough.
What an incredible finish, and the yard of bricks is going to be all Brendan Hyperstars. It is going to be a case of choose your milk wisely, and surely here, John, one of the most amazing finishes that we have seen in Creator Series.
Oh yeah, it had everything. I mean, we had 6 cars wide for on 3 laps to go. Look at those donuts, lovely stuff. There was enough fuel in the tank after all, look at that. And that is what we love to see, traditional celebrations. That has got to be the greatest feeling on earth right now for Brendan Hyperstar.
It absolutely will. Won last week in Las Vegas and now has done so this week at Indianapolis. All forms of ovals, you have to run through him. And he proves it once again that the i5G man has got everything to say. He was the favourite, but you have to give credit to those who gave a great fight late. The likes of Lamp, Basic Ollie. You can put Nick Pakin in there. You can put Alex Gillen in there. They threw what they could at him, and he said, no, I've got enough to hold on. I am top creator.
The choice to just go, I've got enough fuel in the tank, I know I can make it. Nobody else made that call with that many laps on the stint. 38 lap stint there at the end, and look how happy he is. Quite
Boom.
Justified, quite rightly so.
He's blown the engine up. He's that happy about it. They're not going to scrutineer that once the racing's all said and done. But let's get confirmation of results then here from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. An Indy 500, a Creator 500 for the ages, the inaugural one. Well, it had to fight hard through all sorts. 16 cautions we had here today, but it came down to 5 laps, and Brendan Hyperstar getting it done by just 0.08 of a second over Lamp, with Basic Ollie rounding out in 3rd place. Daniel Gore would be the best of your creator community in 4th place, with Aerotech a solid top 5. Nick Pakin would finish off in 6th, with Spark 7th. James Early from 13 laps down would finish off in 8th. Alex Gillen would fall to 9th, and Els Indriani would round out your top 10. Killer Cleo having a very great day today in 11th place, it has to be said, with Aidan Pohl finishing in 12th. Just the 13 at the end of racing would be on the lead lap, as you had the likes there of Ryan L83, the last there. Kamikaze 1 lap down, 2 for Hayden Gullis, 4 for Joshy Muz and Matt 212. Micah Mixer would be at 6, Kaguya Designs at 8, and Tiamat Marduk at 9, the catalyst of the final caution. And then the retirees, a very long list here today. Jack Fletcher caught up, El Taco Man, Punju late on in the race. B-Roy had a couple laps led, so too did Joey Latresciano. He had a really good chance. Micah Dern in 25th. Hoodie Pete, TK Ancephalosis, and Jorrit van Heffen make up 30. And then your final 4, technically. Grand Pooh Bear finds himself 31st, with the unsafety Clio of Scotty Designs, by the way. They're finishing out ahead of Infratic, so he's quicker than a Ferrari. And then Alexander Toftum Scarrett then only making 1 lap before retirement. But I think it goes without saying here today that it's a case of talk to your winner, Brendan Hyperstar. Ovals, Brendan, completed it, mate.
I would hope so. I was in the Pro Series for this car, so I would have felt bad if I didn't win. But no, the race at the end was really fun. I told everyone in my chat I was worried I was actually going to lose, because when it's a shootout like that, it's a real crapshoot of like who has the momentum, who can stunt the momentum, and I was able to do the right things and probably make the least mistakes at the end to make it work. So I'm happy I won it. It's been a long time since I've won a 500-mile race. I won an official iRacing Indy 500, but that was like 8 years ago. And yeah, this was fun for sure at the end.
Seems like you haven't forgotten any of the old tricks, as they say. You seem to have an answer for everything that was thrown at you. I know for a fact that Alex Gillen threw everything at that one as he wanted to complete the Triple Crown, but it wasn't for him today. How do you do it?
it's just running the laps, right? Like, I can tell you, like, I'm not the best from our community, right? Like, but at the very least, what I have is just consistency, patience. Like, you had to be patient this race. This race went on a while. So, I had to fight back from being a lap down and potentially maybe not having a caution. So I was just driving as fast as I could and still trying to be calm at the same time, because when you're in a situation like that, it's really easy to overdrive this car and heat the tires. And I saw a lot of people just, slide their fronts and off into the wall they went. So you had to be patient and you had to let others make mistakes usually to pass here, because Indy's really tough to pass, even if it's like a lower track temp like we had today.
So with Lamp really charging late on fresh tyres, Basic Ollie was throwing what he could at you, Nick Pakin was throwing what he could, Alex Gillen threw what he could. In those final 5 laps, how did you find that ability to just continually pin that car to the inside, to continually have that defense and still have something left in reserve to say, I can still win this race?
I just had to trust in the tools I was putting in the car. This is a setup where you can run really high weight jacker, and at a certain point, like, you can run as much weight jacker as you want, but if you don't like have the fine inputs, right, like, then the rear is going to step out. So it's a really delicate balance of keeping the right rear kind of static and not sliding out, because anytime you slide the rears in this car, like, it's not like, real Indy cars where you can kind of drive around the rears, especially more short ovals, but you can do that Indy in real life too, but in the sim, not so much. So it's a matter of just kind of holding it in, I don't know any better way of putting it than like holding it within like the force feedback, and you want to be at the exact point of counter steer, but not counter steering. So I was able to do that, just running pretty aggressive tools, and I'm sure the cars behind me were too, but it's really easy to fall behind on them, and you're having to switch back and forth between traffic and clean air, and to the point where I was running traffic tools at the end, trying to just hug the line all the way around, and thankfully it worked out. But it was they gave me a good run for my money. That was going to be a really close finish, especially if Lamp didn't slide into the grass. He was going to have a run to the line, and when you're behind another car out of Ford Indy, it's game on. Anything can happen.
Right, Brendan, before we let you go, what is your milk of choice?
I don't really drink milk. Last week, Thursday, like hours before the race last week, I woke up at like 5 in the morning, like a really bad abdominal pain. It's because I had some this is probably the problem. It was like Halo Top. So it wasn't even like ice cream. It wasn't even dairy. But I grew up drinking 2%. I suppose I have to have 2%.
Do you have any 2% on you?
I don't buy milk, and I did not want the temp like the thingy from above by buying milk at any point this week. So I'll find like a little small bottle of milk, and I'll have that. I don't like to buy the gallon milk, because I'll just drink milk from Ford, and that's not a good idea.
Well, Brendan Hyperstar taking both ovals here in the first season of Creator Series. A massive win for Team i5G and the team. A wonderful result that is put on through. John, I'm going to let you have first question as we go in. A driver in second place overall. A big hello to Lamp.
Hey, how you guys doing?
I mean, where do we start with that race? You seemed to onto the grass, and that was a huge save, probably the biggest one that we saw today. How difficult was that moment, and how big was your heart rate?
Oh, I don't think Ollie actually pushed me. I think I bottled it. Like, I don't know. When we were in Illinois, Brendan and I set up like salt shakers and mustard packets on how to overtake in the last corner of Indy. Like, we went over it late at night one night, and I absolutely went into the grass myself and didn't get the run. So I lost it for myself, but I am happy for Brendan,
Talk about strategy late, because it looked like you made a late call to come in, get yourself the ability to go and attack late. You were charging on those last few laps like a rate of knots. Did you need a couple more laps to get that done?
No, I think I didn't even know. Like, I kind of took my gloves off and resigned myself to 15th place. I was like, there's no way I make it through this. Like, this whole race has kind of been, anyone's game. but then the car felt good, and I was just able to make it through the field, you know. So I did send some like 3 wides that probably, you know, they shouldn't have done that, but it was a lot of fun.
Just maybe a last question from me. What do you think you could have done differently to maybe get the jump on Brendan Hyperstar?
I was just so nervous, you know. The whole race, I kind of like adrenaline dump. At the end, I was kind of fatigued. I know that sounds funny, sitting in a chair in my house playing a pretend race car game, but I had like a lot of adrenaline, and I just steered into the grass, drifted up the track a little bit, and didn't get that run. I know Ollie was hard charging behind me too, and it was anyone's game at the line. Yeah. If I just was more patient and I didn't jump the apex, I get the run on Brendan and I get him at the line.
So, Lamb, my final question to you: does that race want to make you do a lot more Creator Series racing?
Here's the thing. That was my one and done. If you guys don't know, I'm a livery designer for Aiden Pohl and some of the other guys. So I like watching. That was definitely, you know, I'm going back to the paint booth after this. But listen, if there's another special event, another 500, count me in for those. I like watching. I like you guys commentating. You guys do such a good job. To be honest, it's a very fun broadcast to watch. I'm always cheering.
Well, we certainly do appreciate it. Lamp joining us then, the one and done for second position. It could have so easily have been a victory. A driver a little bit further down the order, top 5 in the end, it would be for Aerotech, who is here with us now in the O3. And, well, you know, Keenan, you sit down, you start 20th, you finish 5th. It's a job well done, but it's a job of being so quiet for 185 laps or so to give you the chance to attack in the final 15.
Yeah, that was the whole plan. I've done one iRacing Indy 500, and I crashed in the first 50 laps. So I was like, hey, I'll just sit around the middle. Obviously, I don't know if you guys were aware that we had 6 fast repairs. I don't know if there was a yellow or 2 there that you may have missed. But I was well aware, and then I was 3 fast repairs deep within like 60 laps. So I said, hey, I have 2 options. Either stay up there and race and enjoy my time and realize I will not make the end, more than likely, because I'm not fast enough to get ahead of everybody and just kind of hang out, or I just stay at the back, wait till about 50 to go, and then go. And then luckily we had not the caution that we had before the end, but the one before that where we were able to be good on fuel. And I was like, cool, map 1, I can see what we do. And we had a lot of pace in that Bandit Collective 03 machine.
So in terms of the avoidance that you've been able to learn from avoiding other cars, how did it go this race? Have you learned any new tricks to keep out of the way of crashing vehicles?
Communication. Knowing who's behind you and what their goals were was really nice. I know when we were at the back there for about an hour, everybody behind me was on the same wavelength of we don't care. We just want to avoid crashes and have a car at the end. So if we saw smoke, all of us just hit the brake and kind of moved lanes and got in our own way. That too, and if you think there's a chance you're going to crash, you're probably going to crash. It's a lot of trust, especially at 230 miles an hour, but I was not willing to trust people until the end. I mean, I say that. Me and Nick Paquin had a really good race there. We were slamming fenders there, our wheels coming to the line, but it's just anticipating, and I think you kind of test this in rally. Obviously, you're not dodging cars in rally, but if you see a rock or you're going to be offline, you got to think way ahead, right? You can't lift when you're 5 feet from the wreck. You got to lift 2 corners ahead so you have time to move.
So we're going to leave you this final question here, Aero. What does Creator Series mean to you?
This is the best thing that I do in sim racing, period. And I'm not just saying that because I have a lot of friends that are in admins, and I made a lot of friends. And I think, if I may speak out of turn here a little bit, I think some people are getting pretty frustrated today. And I think rightfully so. There was some things happening. But the idea here is, A, to have a really good time, B, to make some friends in the content space that are genuine, because Lord knows that's difficult, and C, put on a really good show for people watching. We're not, okay, Brandon aside, we're not pro drivers, we're just people who like sharing our passion and doing things that we love how to do. So yeah, we crash a lot. That's kind of the joke, right? We could have prepared for a month and had custom setups and whatever. We wanted to put on a good race. That's not why we're here. But we just got back from the Sim Gaming Expo in Chicago, where I was able to hang out with Punju and Eliza and Encephalosis and Lamp and B-Roy, and if I keep naming people, I'll forget. And it's a weekend I'll never forget. And I was somebody who didn't really have a lot of sim racing friends for the longest time. So, even from WRC too, yourself, John, and Kel and Kamikaze and stuff people that I've met through the other platform that we were on. That's kind of the goal of Creator Series, is just making memories, having a good time, trying to put on a good race for people watching at home, and doing our best to end the race with a smile on our face.
Couldn't have said it any better.
Yep, I'd say here. Aerotech there joining us. P5.
And put Hayden Gullis on the wall. Hayden Gullis has to go on the wall.
Yes.
Sorry, I
Totally
skipped over
agree.
that one. That was important.
Totally agree. Aerotech there finishing up P5 here today with racing action from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. John, final thoughts as we bring proceedings to a close from arguably the greatest racetrack in the world.
That was a classic Indy 500, wasn't it? It had drama, it had close racing, it had all of the strategic intrigue that you could possibly ask for, and I think that's probably one of the highlights of my entirety of watching online races, that's for sure. So one I'm going to remember for a long time.
And you can catch more great sim racing with Creator Series in just 7 days' time, because in 7 days it's a Rallycross showdown as the championship will reach its conclusion. Kamikaze has it all but wrapped up, and of course the week after that on Thursdays will be the battle at the Nürburgring in the Williams FW31. Going old school, 2009 spec Formula One cars are going to be in full display. But from John Isamusing Harris, from Gareth Allen behind the scenes, my name is Jake Sperry, and great sim racing comes down to moments. Yes, it did take a while today to get there. Yes, it was a 3-hour, 20-minute Indianapolis 500. Yes, it was tough. Yes, you had to buy your ticket to the end, but those last 5 laps made up for 195. Those last 5 laps go down in a pantheon of sim racing that says that Indianapolis Motor Speedway is one of the greatest places to go and watch racing. It is a hold of all holds from a pro of all pros. I5G, get the big smile. Brendan Hyperstar picks up one part of the Triple Crown and says he wins the first ever Creator Series 500.